Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 335. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. 2 videos in 1 week?
Yeah.
2 videos in a single week. Interesting. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. I remembered my password. No, I'm doing okay. Still waking up unusually early. I don't like it. I don't think. I don't like it.
Definitely keep doing it.
I can't help it. Like it's like a natural. Like I just wake up at like 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I'm like, I can't go back. I don't know what the hell happened. It's gross. I think it's to be fair, it's a lot better now in the winter where like it gets darker earlier, so I do feel like I have more of the day left. But like generally, this is not me.
Yeah, I understand. You know, I like to get up late, as everyone knows, go to bed late, but a lot of that has to do with just truncating the day, so I don't have to deal with very much. You know, you get up at like 12 or 1 in the afternoon, and you're like, all right, well, I really only got like 5 or 6 hours till dinner. You know, I don't have anything to do. It's kind of how I was, sad news in the Moriarty world is that Micah's grandmother passed away this past weekend. And she was 96, right?
Oh, shit.
And I was like, that is some long ass life. I'm like, I'm 40. That would mean if I lived that long, I had 56 more years. What do you want me to do with 56 years? I don't know. Chris, welcome to the show. Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend? You're wearing your hat backwards. You look like Paperboy or something like that. I don't know.
Paperboy. Wow.
Yeah.
Deep cut. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's been a chaotic few days and more chaos today. So my parents are moving this week. So 2 days ago, went down to Virginia with my grandparents, helped them load up the truck yesterday, drove back my dad's car here. And so they're getting in today, and we're going to help them unload when I'm done recording and stuff like that. Woke up today, furnace not working. So I have to deal with that later as well. It's a little cold in here, but spirits are high. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling refreshed and excited to be here with both of you boys today.
Well, at least someone's excited. Yeah.
Someone's got to lift this show up a little bit from the depths.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. Actually, I'm having a perfectly fine day. I was texting you, though, just before we started the show so we sold the stand down shirts. Micah, how many orders do we have? Do you know? Over more than 450 orders between shirts and sweatshirts. So 21 boxes of merch just got delivered to my house. And so I had to go help them, or the delivery guy. I didn't have to. But basically what happened was we watched him put everything on, like, the little thing that goes up and down behind the truck. And he stacked them all up, and then he started putting them down, and they just all fell.
Oh.
So then I was like, all right, I'm coming out. And I just asked him, like, do you want some help? And he's like, yeah, they're not very heavy. It's just a lot of back and forth. So I'm a little bit gassed right now, but I'll be okay. Going up and down the driveway 21 times.
Right.
Not that many times.
450 orders. That's incredible. Mm-hmm. Very appreciative. The question is, with this kind of response, can we start a small militia?
Yeah. I mean,
we've got the uniform set. We just need to enlist them.
Right.
And then what do we do with it? Is this like an outer heaven situation?
Well, stand down for now, and we'll figure it out. Stand
by.
And we'll figure it out. We got plenty of guns in the United States, so we're good there if we wanted to create a militia. Now we got the uniforms. This isn't an international militia, though. I mean, there's Canadians getting the shirt. There are Europeans and Australians getting the shirt. And the sweatshirt, and so on and so forth. So that's sitting in the garage. Those will go out soon. Thank you for the 450-ish of you that ordered from us. That's really awesome. Appreciate you. I didn't know the shirt was that popular. You learn something new every day, or so they say. I don't really learn anything anymore. I just feel like I'm kind of just going through the motions.
Hard drive's full.
Yeah. What are you going to teach me at this point?
Yeah.
That one, I haven't been on Constellation in a while, but that's going to be probably one of my next topics is just wisdom. How I just look back at myself now and I'm like, ugh. Yeah. I was like 30 or 25. I'm like, oh man, what the fuck? What were you doing? Well, it's good to be with you guys today. And it's good to be with everyone out there in the audience as well. Thank you for being here. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, goes live each and every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show, access to Sacred Symbols Plus once a week and twice every other week, which is our exclusive Patreon supplement to Sacred Symbols, where we dive deep into other things, get your name in the credits, and so on and so forth. Sacred Symbols Plus has been going really nicely lately. We have a bunch of really good episodes. Dragon Age. What is the new one called? The Veilguard. Just did a I wasn't on it, but a review discussion and spoiler cast that went live on Patreon, so you can check that out. That's with Maddie, Jean, and Cog? I don't know.
Hogue. I think so.
Oh, Hogue. That's who it is.
Oh,
Hogue.
right.
Another G ending. Did my episode, got my white whale with obsolete Sony. That was the episode that I was teasing last week. What a great guest and what an interesting person. Really one of the, if not the seminal expert in Sony. And the things that they're doing, he and Sandy Rye, friend of the show, really awesome shit. It was good to, was thrilled. I don't know if either of you guys got to catch that episode, but just things he was talking about. I'm like, I don't even know any of this stuff at all. About Ken Kutaragi in the 80s and his obsession with this like TV 3D art unit that he like basically commandeered and made into the PlayStation and all that kind of stuff. It was like this $200,000 rig. Really fascinating shit. And they're doing a coffee table book about Sony over on Kickstarter. So go check that out. But listen to the episode. Really, really good shit. I had Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, tech expert on. That will go live on Saturday, the day after this goes live on Patreon, to talk about the new PlayStation Portable rumors. We'll talk about that more in depth here on this show as well. How that affects PlayStation 6 and what we think is going on there. Issues with PS5 Pro that people are having and what's going on there. And all. So a tech and console-based episode if people want to go check that out. Had Hogue on recently to go through some things. Did a whole episode about how the Trump administration may affect the games industry through 5 different vectors, including tariffs and expression. So lots going on there. More stuff coming up soon. No one played Lego Horizon except for me, so I don't think we're going to do anything on that. Although there's not really anything to say. Maybe I'll talk on Summon Sign about that. Metaphor we definitely want to do after the holidays, and I don't know, after the Thanksgiving holiday, I should say. And I don't know what else there might be that people are playing at this point that we haven't covered. Pretty much everything, I think. Now we're kind of scattered to the winds a little bit. So we appreciate your support over there. Merch, including t-shirts, stickers, sweatshirts, hats, and so on. laststandmedia.store. Still time to get your Christmas gifts for a loved one or someone you hate, if you're into that. And please leave nice reviews on podcast services. Leave a comment on the video. Like us on YouTube. Follow us on YouTube. Do whatever it is you want to do. And remember, you can get RSS access and Discord access with the podcast early on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. Is everyone well? I mean, we already talked about this, but everyone, you guys talk to me a little bit more about your lives. What's going on? Dustin, why are you wearing your hat like that?
Because I didn't want to style my hair because I'm going to get sweaty later. And it's a little long. So I was like, it's hat time. Which I do wear this hat quite a bit, just not on the show normally.
And you wear it backwards like that?
Sometimes. I felt like being I don't know, it made me feel cool a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
I got to do what I can to feel cool because I'm not really a cool person. So you got to put on the equipment that gives you like, maybe it wouldn't be a +5 cool because that means it's like, for sure, it's like a internal coolness. You know, I mean, I got to feel
confident.
Baseline.
You're confident.
Yeah, confident. So, well, you're asking me about something about my life, Colin. I was going to save this for later, but I have a small surprise for you.
Oh, geez.
Not really a surprise for you, but I just a few days ago got something from someone for a very good price. It's here.
Oh, wow.
I got the portal.
What was the price?
Price was very low. Very low.
Why won't you say it? I don't understand why you won't say what the price is. Is it $100?
It was free. So,
oh, wow. That's great.
Someone I knew was getting the anniversary one. So,
okay. So they just gave it to you.
They gave it to me. It was very nice.
Did you use it?
I did. So I used it when I was in Virginia, which it would have been totally seamless. But because I just got my new PS5 Pro, the toggle for enable remote play wasn't on. Holly was home though. So I just had her go in and toggle that on. And then after that, smooth sailing. I was playing Metaphor. I probably played Metaphor for a good 2.5 hours from Virginia with my PS5, hundreds of miles away. And I got to say, pretty nice experience.
It's fucking sick. The Portal is sick. Just
So-
let's say it. Sick. Love it.
The thing about it is its ease of use, I would say, because Chris and I have talked many times about the Steam Deck Chiaki method. And I will say that I think the Chiaki might look a little nicer, but it's annoying to set up. It's a little finicky on whether or not it works. You don't get the DualSense haptics. And technically, the Portal is a 1080p screen over the Deck's 800p. So I got to say, I really had a nice time using the Portal while I was away. I haven't really used it at home yet. So I was trying to think in my mind, like, about the value proposition, because I've always said, like, maybe, because how much is it? $200?
Yeah, $200.
$200. So is it worth getting a Portal instead of, if you are tech minded, getting a Steam Deck for a little more that's going to do way more? And I think that still may be true for some people, but not everyone wants to fuck around with and load on a third party app and make it, finagle it to work. It's a very iOS Apple like thing where you just log in and it just works. And for that, certainly that has a value. So
It just works.
It just works. Which I was seeing, Colin, before this recent update, a lot of people online complaining about micro stutters, and has something to do with the refresh rate of the screen in Android.
Yeah, I haven't noticed anything like that, but I'm not. But I've also not played anything technically crazy on it. I don't even Metaphor. I've not played on it. Like I play like last year was like Slay the Spire, and I played Lego Horizon on it extensively. I played Tribreaker all the way through on it recently, but nothing like too crazy. So I've not noticed anything technical, but I've not been trying to really push it to the limits.
Apparently, when they pushed out the cloud update, they fixed it.
Oh, cool.
And it was something to do with like a kernel related update that they needed Google to do because of Android and the screen. I don't really understand it. I didn't see it before it. Apparently only it was bothered by, like, it bothered some people that had it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I didn't notice really, but it's funny, man. They fixed, I don't know if you saw that people have been talking about this, and I've said this before, that the Portal is mega fucking loud, like the volume, and they fixed that too.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, last week.
Yeah, right. The it is comical how loud the Portal was on the lowest possible volume setting was like screaming.
Yeah,
it's like, what are you guys doing? Would you test this in a factory? I don't understand. Like, there was no middle ground. There was no. It's a
very weird oversight.
Yeah, I agree. And it took them a year to fix it. I never even complained. I guess I complained about it on the show, but people were complaining sufficiently about it, I guess, to the point where they're like, yeah, we fixed this. Very similar to the brightness of the PS4 light back in the day on the DualShock. It's like, this thing is so fucking bright, it's reflecting on my screen, And they're like, oh yeah, we'll shut that off for you. No worries about that stupid fucking light. I hated that thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, terrible. I hated it. It looked cool. Like, what do you care what you look like?
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. The whole, even still to this day, I'm kind of annoyed that controllers got to have lights on them at all. Like, I get it. It's on.
Right. Just a little, show me a little piece of it being on. That's all I need to know. A little orange light or something. The
best one I think was honestly, like I don't remember if it was on the DualShock 3, but like it was definitely on the 6-axis. Just a little the small dim red light. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that started with the PS2 controller, actually. That mysterious like light, and then
did it?
Yeah, the DualShock the DualSense. I'm sorry, the 6-axis PS3 controller did. Yeah, you had, because it's the same form factor. Well, yeah, do something with that stupid light. All right, well, very good. Welcome to the family.
I'm here,
dude. We were going on and on about it I was with Moore's Law on Sacred Plus that goes live soon. It's like the Portal is unequivocally a fucking asinine good machine. Like, so good. Like, there's nothing really wrong with it. It has no business being so good. I'm not much of a hard seller, especially remember like the first 2 years of the PS5 generation, even on the show, I was like, you probably don't really need a PS5. I mean, I'm not trying to like push you anything. I pushed you the Vita. You failed on that one, but I am pushing you the Portal. Mm-hmm. It's really, really good. Makes me excited for some of the news we're going to talk about a little later as it seems obvious that this now was a test bed. Although, as far as I understand from people I've talked to behind the scenes, like they can't make enough of these things. And it's very, very interesting. Very similar to the Edge and how well the Edge sells too. You would never think that a $200 controller would be the best selling accessory.
And it's so funny because it kind of sucks. Like the Edge, in terms of build quality compared to this thing, the Xbox One.
Oh, the Elite.
The Xbox One is way better. Way better. And I'm pretty sure it's cheaper now too. Don't hold me to that. But the build quality of the Edge is slightly better. And it has worse battery life. So I kind of begrudgingly like the Edge, but I don't think it's worth its price at all. But doesn't matter. Selling like crazy. So
yeah, best selling accessory.
Good for them,
in the
I
United
guess.
States. The best selling accessory is a $200 accessory. It's very interesting. It goes to show you how like the PS5 Pro is selling at parity with the PS4 Pro at $200 more. Like things have just changed. People are willing, both obviously the inflationary and economic situations have changed, but people are just willing to pay for gear at this point and good game experiences. The Edge I have no interest in the Edge because I just cannot fathom a controller with more button inputs on it. I know that it's for convenience and all of that, but it's like, what am I supposed to do with all this? And we talked about it a week or two ago on the show, like how you specifically approach games. And if you keep didn't we talk about this or did I delete that letter for you, Dustin? It was like, do you have a specific structure in which you set your DualSense or your Edge? I might have deleted that.
Oh yeah. We talked about it because they was asking me and I was saying I mapped the jump button or the dodge button.
Right.
So
It's like, I don't have a hard time using the Xbox controller by any stretch of the imagination, but when I go over there to play Halo or something like that, it's like even offset sticks throw me off. So imagine having back paddles and shit. It's like, what am I supposed to do with this shit?
The thing for me is that like I like that I like that a controller has a set number of buttons. It's one of the main reasons why I don't really love mouse and keyboard controls all that much, because I often find myself hitting a button that either does nothing or just like I just misplace my hands on the keyboard because I'm just not looking at it. It's like, damn it, there's so many of these goddamn buttons. And everything on PC games, specifically like simulator kind of games, every button does some weird minor thing. Like, oh, you got to press comma to shift your fire type, and it's like, what the fuck? It's all the way on the other side of the fucking keyboard. Yeah. So like the getting so adept with the same number of buttons over the last like I don't even know 20 something years at this point has been like the kind of the modern form factor, I would say, right? Like probably like maybe 1999. When was the DualShock out?
98.
98? Yeah, so like it's been a while that we've had this exact number of buttons. And I've gotten pretty used to it. So like I have like that I have the Edge now. It was a gift from a friend of mine, early birthday present from a friend of mine. But that's sitting in the box still because I love that box. The old PlayStation box. It looks too good. It looks too I almost don't want to fuck with it at all. But the Xbox One was really, really nice, but like I fucked around with the back paddles, but I was like, I can't. I don't know if I can do this, man. I'm sure I could if I really, really wanted to, or like really, really like gave it a good try. But I just don't think the desire's there for me to get better in a different way. You know,
actually, DualShock's November 97. That's even earlier than I thought, because I thought it was the next year. Do you guys remember that there was there's a somewhat rare official interstitial PS1 controller called the dual analog controller? Wow. That like came out first. And I thought that and it didn't have shock. It was just two sticks.
Oh, I think I had that exact.
And it had like concave. It had like concave sticks, and that was like an official. But that was like rare. That was barely on the market. And I thought that was all of 97 and then 98. But it's not even that. It's that they introduced that concave dual analog controller in the spring, and then in the fall they released the DualShock controller and took that off the market.
Wait, this was rare?
Well, it was only on sale for 6 or 8 months before they replaced it with the actual DualShock controller. I assume, it says here discontinued mid 1998. So,
oh damn it! I had this controller. Ah, fuck! I don't know where it is now. It's gone
I never
now.
owned that controller. I did have a DualShock, but I didn't even get mine until Metal Gear. So that would have been the next year.
That's weird to me that they would have discontinued that, because I don't know. I personally like the concave sticks a little bit more than the convex.
Yeah, they started going convex immediately and never went back until where I don't have I guess PS3 the DualShock 4 would be the first one that was concave again in some sense. Because I have it here. You won't be able to see it, but there's like little nips.
Yeah.
Look at me rub it. See?
That was
It's
a weird
interesting.
concave too. There was like concave and convex at the same time. It was
Right.
DualShock 4 is really bizarre.
What were you going to
Yeah.
say, Dustin?
I was gonna say
speak
it's-
your words.
I like the concave sticks. I didn't know they had it this early. Because like when they switched to the more concave for PS4, I was like, nice, this is the move. And I'll never want to go back to like the more domed version. So it's interesting they had that first, then switched to the dome, and then went back with PS4. But you can, dude, if you have an Edge, it comes with the classic style sticks that you can put on it if you like. But I don't like it.
God, I'm looking at these. This is the one I had here. I'll put it in the chat. This is the one I had. It's just such a nostalgia. I had the memory card in that blue and the controller in that blue.
Yeah.
It's just it's so nostalgic. I was so excited for these. That's very 90s. The N64 was going off with that shit too. Even
Dude,
way worse.
The blue
Hold on a second.
blue translucent plastic on technology like this brings me back in a way that nothing else does.
Definitely.
This is like such a specific feeling and such a specific vibe that I can't. It's almost like impossible to quantify or really re-describe. It's very much you had to be there.
Well, I agree. There was something in the 90s about seeing inside the electronics. You know,
This
and
one, Colin.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one I bought. I don't know if that was the first or the second one. Because I think, I don't know if that was available when I first bought the first one, but because that was the controller you would buy after that. It's like once you went to that controller and then games started needing it, you know, we always talk about Ape Escape, but there were others. It's like, well, yeah, that's so it's, I had that whole scheme with the memory cards too, because it's so funny. You had to buy, I've said it before, but I was so mad when I discovered when I bought my PS1 that you couldn't just save. I didn't even know, you know, I went home and I had to go back the next day to get a memory card. I didn't understand. I'm like, why isn't it saving? Like, why doesn't it just save to the disc?
Yeah.
You know, I'm in like 7th grade or whatever. Fucking little retard. You know, don't understand anything about the world.
I remember that's what blew me. Blew my mind. Blew my mind about the original Xbox at first, because that was like the hard drive, right? Where you were like, oh shit, you don't like the Xbox had memory cards, but you didn't really need them.
No, you didn't. It was to like transfer things around, and yeah, Dreamcast had memory cards, N64 had memory cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, it really depended on. The N64 was kind of cool because everything was modular into the controller. Looking back, it was pretty. The N64 is a pretty clever machine. I honestly think somewhat inspired by the Genesis. The more you look back at it, the more you can kind of see that just in its functionality and like how they made a bunch of ports and random things to just for the future. PS1 had a port that was never used. And famously the Vita had a port that was never used. So they were always like trying to prepare. I think the Vita port was supposed to be an HDMI out, and for some reason they just never let you do it. I will say this, the dev units allowed HDMI out. You know, so it was possible because I played many a game on a TV. But they when I was at IGN, they used to capture from Vita, they used to have to come bring you a Vita.
Oh.
And then they would sit there all day and they would be preloaded. Like they would do like preview events where it's like, here's 10 games coming up. Here's a Vita. Go and capture all of it. And we'll just sit here and do work all day while you're doing it. It was a lot better than Nintendo. I think I've told you guys this before. Nintendo would send people and literally bolt machines to desks. Like if they brought like a Wii debug unit, it would literally be bolted and like stamped to a desk. Yeah.
Psychotic.
So like you couldn't move it or anything like that. They were insane. Chris, what do you have to say for yourself? Anything interesting before we move on?
Oh, no, I now especially now that I'm back on the video grind, I've got literally I haven't seen another person in days. So like it's back into the grinder at this point. You know, it's fun though. I like.
Is there going to be a third video?
Yeah, I have one already filmed. I have one that's pretty much done written. Just trying to ride this wave of just like, hey, it's nice to get the momentum back in some way. But like my mind is just consumed with that right now, and just like, you know, podcast stuff and playing games and you know. But that's my life right now. Nothing interesting at all. I guess there's like a Thanksgiving thing happening like this with some friends of mine this Friday that I'm gonna have to figure out how to make time for. But I think I'm gonna try and film something there too. So like, I don't know.
What do you do? What are you guys doing for Thanksgiving? You have any? It'll be over by the time everyone hears this.
Yeah. Well, we usually do like
an orphan's
Black Friday.
Oh, so you do like a Black. Okay.
Yeah, we do we do it on Black Friday because it's like fucking whatever. Like it doesn't need to be Thursday. Thursday's an awkward day for like adults, and so like we're just gonna gather at a friend's house, make a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna brew some coquito, which is just Puerto Rican kind of rum cinnamon kind of drink. It's fucking delicious, but it's dangerous. So I got all the ingredients today. I'm gonna brew some of that probably tomorrow morning because you have to keep it refrigerated for a couple days, get the maximum out of it. But it's gonna be fun, I think.
Cool, man. Yeah, that sounds good. Dustin family. Well, everyone's back now.
Yeah, everyone's back. But we'll be doing still a normal, like how we have been the last few years, Thanksgiving. Everyone will be here at my house, and I will be cooking the turkey. So it's de-thawing in the fridge, ready to go. I'm going to brush up on the Gordon Ramsay recipe that I use every year. It's always
fucking
a hit.
raw.
It's raw. In this video, like I've seen this video of him on how to make the turkey so many times. Like I can recite. There's this part where he's like mixing up the butter. He's like, that is incredibly light, and he sniffs this ball of butter. I have it like down. I could quote it like it's like Rocky Horror or something. Only it's just this Gordon Ramsay turkey.
I didn't know you
video.
felt that way about Rocky Horror.
Oh, I don't. I just know that's what people do.
Yeah, people love it.
I've been to one though. Didn't like it.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I've not been to one of these events.
I was sexually assaulted.
Were you?
Well, but not really. My friend that was in it grabbed my dick.
Oh.
So I guess, I don't know. It wasn't really sexual assault.
I mean, that is sexual assault. I mean, what else can you possibly say about that? You imagine if you did that to someone.
Yeah. I mean,
did you press charges?
I didn't know it was coming. I was okay with it, but it was unexpected that my penis was grabbed at a Rocky Horror Picture Show screening by my friend.
I don't know how I feel about that. If someone grabbed
right,
my piece, I would be upset about that, I think.
Yeah. I mean,
keep your hands off me. I'm not your fucking plaything.
It didn't awaken anything in me.
Oh,
so,
okay. Well, either way, that's okay.
So maybe I'm glad because who would have known? Maybe that could have been a turning point.
Right. Yeah, you didn't get a random boner or anything like that. Well, that's good.
No.
Guys, today's episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast is sponsored by our friends over at BetterHelp. And as you can see, we need BetterHelp probably more than anyone. But I think people out there could probably use BetterHelp too. You can check out BetterHelp right now over at betterhelp.com/symbols, SYMBOLS. This is a longtime sponsor of our show, and we appreciate them. Basically, what it is remote therapy. So I'm a longtime believer in therapy. I first saw a therapist in the early 90s and have seen therapists, and I'm seeing one right now in my life as well. But not everyone has access. Not everyone has time. Not everyone has insurance, which is a big thing, the money and it's a lot of different things to go, find someone. You might not even have just access in your area of a person that you really want to speak to. The beauty of BetterHelp is that you go to betterhelp.com/symbols and you find a therapist that you can speak to over the internet via video, via audio. Even if you want to be a little bit weird with it, you can just do it over text. I would wonder how that goes. I mean, that's believable. Why wouldn't it work?
Sure.
So this is great options. And because it's remote, you don't have to take a lot of time off work. You don't have to drive somewhere. If you don't have insurance, it's going to be way cheaper for you. And all the therapists you find on BetterHelp, they're licensed. You fill out a brief questionnaire. They match you with someone. And therapy is a very personal thing. So if your therapist doesn't work out for you, you just find another therapist on BetterHelp. They'll keep matching you with someone until you find the right match. I can relate to this because in my life, the guy I found now was the second guy I saw here in Virginia. The first guy I wasn't super into. In fact, it seemed like all the dude I wanted that I saw first in Virginia, all he wanted to talk about was cryptocurrency for some reason. I have no idea why I brought that out of him.
What the hell?
But I assure you, and I don't know, it was like weird. Like I felt like I was seeing this therapist, and it was more about him than it was about me. And I'm like, all right, I got to go. But then I found the guy I'm seeing now. Tim is his name, first name basis. Really nice guy. But again, not everyone has that kind of access, and not everyone has that kind of time. Not everyone has all the means or whatever to be able to see someone in person. And since therapy is all about talking and about feelings and about being honest with your therapist and all those kinds of things, it can be done over the phone. It can be done over text and audio and video and all that kind of stuff. So consider betterhelp.com/symbols, especially now that we're in kind of the cozy season, right? The fall is here. The winter will be here soon enough. It's a time of family, a time of feeling, a time of emotion. But I think this brings a lot of people, into weird and bad places too, emotional places, old memories, things that you might have to deal with. Don't shove those into the back of your mind. Use BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/symbols. 10% off your first month of sessions at BetterHelp.com/symbols. I think you'll find comfort this December with BetterHelp. So be well, find your therapist, embrace the convenience, the flexibility, and all of the rest of BetterHelp, and be a better you. For God's sake, I'm sick of it. Be a better you. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring our show. And Dustin, I'm really talking to you here. BetterHelp.com.
Thank you.
/symbols. All right, my friends. Let's get into some topics of discussion and get into the show and begin. We have quite a few things to get through this week. However, we must start here. Many people wrote in about this. Austin from Rochester, we went with you. I wonder what Rochester you're from. Rochester, New York? Rochester, New Hampshire? There's other Rochesters too. I think there's a Rochester, Michigan. Hey, Sacred Stoffel, you cannot call us that. In case you haven't heard, Finland has fallen. Chris Chan has fled to Finland and knocked up his short Finnish girlfriend. As the people who introduced me to Chris Chan, I just need to ask you one thing. What have you done to me? The knowledge that this creature has procreated has infected my brain, and the world seems like a bleaker and scarier place than ever before. Surely this child will inevitably be named Sonichu or Rosechu and will walk the earth, blending into the crowd as some kind of hellish, autistic, half-finished daywalker. In all seriousness, though, have a happy Thanksgiving, fellas. He linked to a Kiwi Farms tweet with a video clip. Other people did too. Dustin, I got to go to you first. You're the one who really infected and fucked this entire show up with Chris Chan. Right. And so I wonder if you can catch us up on what is going on with him. Of course, the pride of Chesterfield County, Virginia, where I live. The pride, in quotes. But I didn't know he went to Europe, so he's now Scandinavia's problem as far as I'm concerned. And he found himself a girlfriend. What would he call it? A boyfriend-free girl or something like that?
Yeah, boyfriend-free girl. That's right. Right. I like that. It is true. I am the one who infected this podcast. Chris was kind enough to keep his Christology to himself. But
Colin, you remember that episode of Seinfeld where George is talking about the worlds colliding?
Yeah, of course.
This is exactly what I was talking about. This is everything's exploding now.
What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, well, I haven't been keeping up with Chris Chan's happenings recently. I think we talked about on this show a few months ago that he was spotted in Finland. So this makes sense. I'm learning right. I'm looking up like this female friend who apparently is at least nicknamed Flutter. The only thing that this article says is that Flutter has been identified as a 30-year-old woman with a childlike appearance. Now, in regards to the tweet where it's him on a live stream playing Sonic, of course, talking about this potential child, do we believe Chris Chan? Because Chris Chan also said that he had sex with his mom. That got him arrested. And then it turned out, at least in the eyes of the law, wasn't true. Also, from watching all the documentary, he's not a reliable narrator in his own story.
Right.
Or just a reliable person.
Is Geno Samuel going to have to get off the bench? He
thought
he was out. I think he thought he was done.
Yeah. But it is unfortunate. It would be really interesting. What if he gives birth to like a genius, or his Flutter gives birth. It's his seed, of course.
Right.
Could be something. Maybe, or this kid's the next Hitler.
Yeah.
I think it's one or the other.
You're right about like, do we believe him? Because I think he says in the clip I saw that it's like the summertime that they're going to have the kid or whatever. And I'm like, I guess you could know by now, right? 2.5 months or something like that. Like you would have that kind of certainty. Yeah. So, and Finland has universal healthcare. So obviously it's not going to be a huge deal to go see someone and get that information. So it kind of makes sense, but it's like, I don't know. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I don't know if all of this lines up. I don't know if I believe this either. what I will say, the only thing that I know that I can walk away from this, let's assume this is true, or let's assume at least he has had sex with this woman. What's your excuse? Out there.
Yeah.
If Chris Chan can have consensual sex with an adult that apparently looks like a child, unfortunately, according to what Dustin was telling us, the information, then you really have no excuse. This is like the Hiroshima bombing of the incel world, because
that is, yeah.
Like, oh, so this is him. Oh my God, this is him. Oh my God.
Okay, wait, here's you got to look at the close up. This is from the Sonichu.com.
Wait, what is this?
This is him and his girlfriend.
No! Oh my God! What the fuck?
She's got, does she have something on her head, like a Moogle? What have on her head? You know what I'm talking about? Like the little string with
the...
Oh my God.
It kind of looks like a light in the background maybe, but there is something on her head.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so upset.
Oh man.
By the first or second picture, Chris.
Chris Chan's got some nice tits, huh?
This look, the both of them are bad, but the second one really, really hurts.
I didn't even see the second one. Oh no.
Second one is the supposed.
Oh no. No.
This is why worlds are colliding.
No.
This is bad, man. I don't know, man. I can't.
No.
I can't.
How did he find this person? What the fuck?
Oh my.
That woman looks like she's 7 years old.
She looks like Child Aloy.
Oh man. Bad news. Yeah, I didn't even see that second one because I only saw them walking through the supermarket. Yeah, this is.
That is. I really feel like I feel. That fight or flight feeling. Like I feel it. Like in this moment.
How does he? Why did Finland let him in?
You're gonna have to ask Finland.
Yeah, I won't.
Get him on the phone.
Housemarque's over there. I hope they stay far away from Housemarque, whatever's going on with Chris Chan and this woman.
What if he gets a job at Housemarque? He becomes the new community director.
That'd be awesome. That'd be sick. I'd actually embrace that completely. Yeah. All right. So I don't know if we have anything else to say about that. That's a fucked up situation.
I'm not embedding the images.
Yeah.
You're going to have to go find them.
Yeah. I don't
Or you should just search Chris Chan Flutter.
It's unholy. It's not that it's pornographic or anything like that. It's just that you'll see.
Yeah. When we were making Returnal 2, we thought we really liked the gunplay.
All right.
We're working on it.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the patch, Christian? Working on it.
That's what Christian is great.
You uploaded that patch, you unload it.
All right. The Pookie wrote in and said, "Hey Chris, just wanted to know how you like Bluesky so far. How has engagement been, and do you enjoy not being shadow banned? Do you still post on Twitter too? I personally stopped using Twitter when I saw a gore from the war in Gaza one too many times that didn't have a not safe for work cover on it, but it was already pretty terrible anyway. Do the other boys plan on making an account? I assume no, but was curious. So Bluesky is like the newer Twitter competitor. You're over there. Is it good?"
I'm on all of them because I don't want to make the same Twitter mistake again of just not taking my username. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there's a parody account with my username right now on Twitter, and he just hasn't even bothered to upload or post in like years. So it's like, okay, great. At least delete it so I can grab it.
Names should be released. Like, you should be able to make a play for that name.
I should, yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I'm over there. It's fine. I think it's just Twitter again, really. It's just like a little bit less. You definitely run into fewer, less gore. Because that's really the thing about Twitter that I kind of don't like now. It's that like I'll be scrolling every now and again, and there's like, oh, a fucking guy plummeting to his death,
right?
And it's just like, I don't know, man. I get the morbid curiosity, like I understand it, but I preferred when these things were facets of the world that you would have to seek out intentionally on your own. It's almost the same way that I feel about like, pornography, where it's just like I'll be scrolling through Twitter and then bam, pornography. It's like, all right, let's. I don't want to limit anybody's ability to post whatever they want, but at the same time, it's just like it's kind of getting annoying. And so that aspect of Blue Sky I like a lot because I could just like scroll through people's actual thoughts. I think the fact that it's not super popular over there and it's not like because everybody's kind of starting off from ground one, it doesn't feel like everybody's doing the thing where they're trying to like out joke each other. Like, I don't know if you guys feel this way, but like YouTube comments and Twitter replies often feel like, like an open mic night.
Yeah, it's gamified in some sense.
Yeah. And over there, it's not really gamified yet. I'm sure it will be. So like I posted about a game that I was playing over on Twitter and over there. And over there, it seems like people are actually like engaging with the conversation more because it's less performative. So that's interesting. I don't know how much longer realistically that will last, though. You know what I mean? Like this seems like, a social media thing in its infancy. So I'm sure once they figure out a way to game that system, they'll do it. But for the time being, I kind of like it. But it's nothing like particularly unique. It's when I want to scroll through Twitter and I don't feel like dealing with, a baby in a microwave, then I'll go to Blue Sky because it's more predictable.
I see.
And I
I wonder how it's going. I wonder if it's going to survive. Like I wonder how it's going to do.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, we did a constellation kind of about it with Gene and oh my god, I already can't remember who I did it with. It was Gene and
was it Dagan?
No, it wasn't Dagan.
Gene and I don't know. Someone else.
I'm whatever. But we did a constellation. I don't know when that's going to be live, but we did a constellation kind of about like social media exoduses, and so that'll be out. And we get a little bit more in depth on that. But yeah, it's cool. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it if you're kind of the person who doesn't care about that specific angle of it, because it really is just small Twitter, basically.
It's funny because I totally agree with you with like the violence, the sex, and all the kind of things. I think back, Micah, I was like, I'm always on Twitter, like just scrolling through, reading things and finding links and whatever. And I put my phone down to like go do something, and I came back and there was just like, like some inappropriate chick or whatever on my screen, and Micah was really mad at me. And I'm like, I'm telling you, I wasn't looking for this. Like it just is there. I don't know why it's there. Same with like the snuff videos. Like I don't click on these things, but I, for some reason, just get a healthy amount of them. I don't want to watch the Gaza death porn and the Ukraine death. There's like an entire like video series of droning videos of like Russian soldiers.
I've seen those too.
It's like I like trying to surrender and shit like that. And I'm like, I don't want to see this kind of stuff. Like the vulgarity, generally speaking, whether it's sex or violence or whatever, it's like cool if that's what you're into and you want to look at that stuff. And I think that it's cool that it's there if you want it, but I just don't know why it's being integrated into my feed when I'm telling you. Like Instagram is so much smarter. I don't go on Instagram very much, but it's hysterical. Instagram's recommendations for me are all goalie equipment for hockey because that's all I ever look at. I love goalie equipment. And so it literally all just like, when you go in, like it's all the squares, it's just all goalie equipment. It knows that that's all I look at. It's not trying to get me to like look at something else. I think Twitter is a little less refined in some sense. By the way, I hate all this stuff at this point. I mean, I love Twitter because it's a stream of consciousness, but you have to be in the right frame of mind because it doesn't shield you from anything. I think it's very useful actually, but
sure.
But I'm not crazy about it. I've been by the way, I'll write more about this in my I do a letter to the patrons every year and to the audience at Christmas time about what's going on and things behind the scenes and all of that. And one thing I've been as I've said before, is I've been more aggressively trying to see if I can make any money on Twitter. And the answer is you can't. Like, there's different CPMs, I think, for different people, which is cool. Apparently it has a lot to do though with the interactivity between people with check marks. And like, that's how you make money. It's like not just making money off of free users and stuff like that. But there's just no, I've made like several $100s, I think, since I've been monetized. It's like, that's awful. Like you have to interact so much and post so much. It would be so weird. And so it's a little bit of a bummer there. And I've tried videos and I've tried funny little clips. I even tweeted out the other day a retweet of the Peace and Quiet tweet that got me in trouble back in 2017. See how that would do.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, yeah, almost 500,000 interactions, but you'd make like literal dollars off this thing. So it's not really worth it. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent. No money to be made on Twitter. Dustin, will you go to Bluesky?
Well, I have an account. I made one for the same reason as Chris, that I wanted to lock in the name. But I don't know. I'm not necessarily convinced that it is the switchover. This has happened so many times where it's like, oh, we're switching to Mastodon. We're switching to Blues, whatever.
Gab.
And then people always come back.
Gab.
So I signed up. I posted a picture of Frisk and then I left. And let's see, I've gotten a decent amount of followers so far on Bluesky from doing nothing, which is nice, but don't expect any posts from me. Oh yeah, I've got 400 followers. Very cool. But Colin, I also just 2 months ago got monetized on Twitter. Last month made $10.
Nice.
So that paid for the subscription in order to get monetized.
Oh, you had to pay for yeah. See, I talked about this, but I randomly got my check mark back at some point, and I'm not paying for it. I don't know what. I think what happened was that people that did have the check mark, I think they just ended up giving it back to you because they needed more interactivity or whatever.
Right.
So that allowed me to. So it's free for me technically to do this, but because I was really interested, I'm trying to earn more revenue just so we can continue to grow and pay everyone and not have to make any more moves. And it's just like, yeah, this is kind of a dead end because you have to post an egregious amount. And at that point, it's like, that becomes like a job. Like there are people that tweet out, I don't know, there's like I can't remember her name, but there's it's like Tiffany Fong or something like that. She's some Asian girl. She tweeted a few times and it's come up for me where she tweets out like how much money she's made. And she makes like $6,000, $7,000, $10,000 a month, but she's like posting on a constant basis. I'm like, I don't want to be this person,
No.
Like that guy, Ian Miles Chong, he probably makes like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, but he posts every 5 seconds. I can't bring myself to interact with it like that. So what I think I'm going to do moving forward, I want to see how everything kind of settles for the rest of the year, but I think we'll just use it for promotion of the Patreon content moving forward because it's just kind of a dead end. I'm sorry. Were you going to say something, Chris?
No, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I've seen, it's kind of why I find it's weird. Like I understand that Twitter is useful, but I do think part of that usefulness is kind of compromised by the fact that so much of the content on there is incentivized to exist just for the sake of existing because of that exact system that you've just laid out. You know what I mean? It really doesn't matter if it's like substantive or true. It's just kind of like, fucking whatever. We'll post this thing and then 5 minutes later we'll post this thing and then 2 minutes later we'll post this thing. And it's just like, it kind of becomes we've had this conversation before about like if everybody's information got stolen at once and just dumped into a landfill or whatever, like it would ostensibly be like no one's information got stolen because there would be so much of it to sift through that like none of it's actually valuable.
I think that's what ends up happening when people's credit information gets stolen at a lot of these corporations is it gets dumped on the dark web. And then you're like, a few people are going to get hit, but like just the law of averages is you're not going to,
right.
It's just a slew of information. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I don't know. The Bluesky's fine. I do like when new social media things come out though, especially because Twitter's been around for so long and YouTube's been around for so long too, and Instagram, that like you kind of don't really get an accurate sense of your community really. Cause like I think we've talked about this too, Colin, about like how like if there was a button that we could press to purge every single inactive subscriber, like
I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And so that's what's kind of nice about these kind of Threads is useless because that's just like that processes all your Instagram followers into it. So it's actually just as useless as having a social media platform that's been around for a long time. But having a new jumping off point kind of gives you a sense of like who actually is around still, as opposed to, especially for us we've been doing this for a long time. So from that angle, I like it as well. But this always happens. We'll see how long it lasts. I have a feeling it'll just kind of either fizzle out or it might splinter out into something that's smaller and more niche, which would be cool. But I don't know. I've seen this happen before.
Yeah. I'm not going to sign up for Bluesky. I mean, I think that if the things that I've been on Facebook for 21 years at this point, or 20, I guess it would be 20 and a half years. It was spring 2004. And I hate Facebook. I never even sign into it anymore. It's like totally fucked. It's been fucked for years. so I'm whatever, Facebook, Instagram. I've been on Instagram for a long time too, but I don't use it really very much. I'm not. I like sharing things about myself, but I'm not. I feel like Instagram's a little too vain, in my opinion. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't allow you to really be. Twitter is perfect because you can be whatever you want, and I just want to be kind of silly most of the time. Like I tweeted out the video of Kamala Harris today that I thought was funny. I just clipped out a piece of it, and it was Dr. Wiley's final instructions to robot masters before sending them into the field, and it's her saying, "Don't let anyone take your power," or whatever. Like I like just like, but you can't. Instagram doesn't work like that. It's very earnest, in my opinion. The people like have the clips or whatever, the ephemeral clips, like the Snapchat like things that are fun, but it just is like, here's a picture of me, here's a picture of me here, here's a picture of me there, here's a picture of what I'm doing. I'm like, it's too much. I don't want to interact like that. So Instagram's kind of a dead end for me too. I did sign up for Threads, but I don't use it. I just download the app, and then Twitter. So if these things don't work in the future, I'm just not going to be on anything. It's like, I just don't care. But I also think that, and we talked about this, or I talked about this with Moore's Law is Dead, that the obvious nature of the internet since the 90s is that the internet trends towards monopolies because of the quick, you're not making a tchotchke or manufacturing anything. You can fix things on the fly and really shove things down people's throats. So it's like Google dominates search, Amazon dominates, merchandise, Netflix dominates, like half of the American bandwidth is Netflix. They dominate VOD and all that. YouTube dominates that space. And so you're just going to have a dominant force in social media. And really it's Twitter. And it's going to be very hard to overcome that. Like, we've talked about this in the past, but it really has been like a level of cope about what would happen to Twitter after Elon took over. It's just not come to pass. It's bigger than ever. Functionality, I think, is different for a lot of people, but more people are using it. And so it's going to be very hard to break that, because it's just too convenient. Just like it's going to be very hard to break Amazon and Google search and all these other things. It's going to be very difficult to do. So I just find it impossible to believe, really, that it's ever going to be subsumed by something else. I honestly believe that some of these things will exist in 100 years, because they're so permanent. And it's a matter of like, Facebook was killed because the wrong generations of people took it over. Things like that can happen. But it's still a huge company. It's still way bigger than. It's one of the great.
They're still around.
Yeah, well, it's one of the great Silicon Valley like companies, like one of the top 7 or 8 companies. So
they've also kind of rebranded themselves too. To be fair, like they're Meta now, right? Like that's what they are, and they're going into V. I do think that's what will happen to these companies if they die, quote unquote, die in the way that we're used to, like in the way that we're familiar with, like Friendster dying. I don't think these sites will die in that way. What the way that they'll die is that they'll stop being relevant to the market of people that they currently, service, and they'll branch into some weird other thing in addition to it. Like the way that Facebook kind of was like, oh, we're VR now. Like, all right, I guess. If that helps you. But
all right, let me be honest with you guys for a second. I kind of got to poop. Do you guys want to just keep going without me for a few minutes, or you want to stop?
Let's roll with
whatever.
it.
All right, yeah, you guys go. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm pretty quick. Okay.
Quick pooper. Okay. Okay.
I don't know if I like that.
Oh yeah, being a quick pooper.
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me. That sounds like there's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like to enjoy the moment, but I guess if you're on the clock here, like, hey, the show's rolling, get it out as fast as possible. But
what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say on Bluesky there was this whole thing. I didn't know if it was real or not, about like the insane amount of reporting of pedophiles on it.
Oh, I don't know.
Was that fake?
I know that they made, like, because this is unfortunately a thing that happens in a lot of communities everywhere, where there's like really crazy content is just kind of thrown up there, and there needs to be a moderation team to throw it. I think they just kind of pointed out that's like, hey, we're going to be focusing on taking down this type of content more than any other kind of content. Right. And that was kind of looked at as like, oh, look, there's a problem over there. It's like, that happens on Twitter as well. It's just, you thankfully do not see it.
Right.
and they're not going to, definitely Elon's not going to be like, we're going to take down all the all the CP on Twitter. Like, it's better to just pretend like it doesn't exist. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any of that stuff on my personal Bluesky, but
yeah,
I'm sure the internet's fucking depraved. It's full of Christians. So.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They're the Christians. That's the thing you got to wonder about Christian specifically, is that it's like he's just the one that got highlighted.
Yeah.
You know, he was the one that isn't it, because it all started because of the it really all started because of PlayStation.
It's all their fault.
So maybe that's the tie to the show, because it was the Parappa the Rapper contest.
That's
that
right.
He first got exposed.
Man, you fucked that. Sony really fucked everything up.
Yeah.
Now Finland has to deal with this terror.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't know, dude. Have you ever gone on YouTube and looked up, just gone onto YouTube search and just looked up most recent?
No, but that's a fantastic idea,
because that shit is crazy. That's where you find a lot of like you find there's just straight up porn on YouTube. If you look up just most recent, there's a lot of like you can find entire movies. I remember like I just looked up Iron Giant on most recent, and like I think an upload came up like 4 minutes ago, not like to this day, but like to when I searched it. There's the whole movie. I was like, oh, and I just watched the Iron Giant on YouTube. It's crazy.
I saw a thing recently that people were searching like default video file names from cameras from like 2007.
Oh,
so
yeah.
There's just like a trove of all these like random things that people just threw on YouTube and then have forgotten about.
That is honestly insane. That's a great idea.
So do you actually search most recent, or is there like
no? So hold on. You have to come up with like something to search first. So I don't know, like flower, and then you'll search, and then I think there's a way to do filters, and then upload date last hour.
Upload date last hour, yeah.
And then you'll get a bunch of stuff. Usually it's nothing, but for certain keywords, I'm sure you can imagine.
Oh, certainly.
Some wild stuff. I'm sure there's war porn on there too, and like snuff stuff. So.
Yeah. My one friend who works for the local ISP, he's worked in the call center, and he had this guy call in, and he's like, "Hey, the YouTube isn't working, and I'm trying to watch porn."
It's amazing.
And he was like, "Well, first of all, this is your ISP. Like, well, we can try to help you with your internet, but you're also probably not going to find that there." He's like, "Oh, well, I know where to look."
That's crazy. Yeah. It's real, man. That rules.
He probably does.
He probably totally does. Yeah. He knows how to game the system, I'm sure.
I'm back.
On that note, how was the poop?
It was good. I was a little surprised because I already pooped. I already had my morning constitutional,
Sure.
So I don't know where this was kind of dwelling, but I think there's a 25, there's like a 1 in 4 chance I'm not done, so
1 in 4.
But God bless the Continental wipes. I love the Continental wipes. They're wonderful.
Yeah.
They're wonderful. All right.
Fresh.
Dexter Wallingsford wrote into us. What did you guys talk about when I was gone?
Pedophiles on Bluesky.
Yeah.
Christian. Weird shit on YouTube.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, those are good topics.
Yeah.
Dexter Wallingsford wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Sharts, we've established that Dustin's celebrity lookalike is our vice president-elect JD Vance, and that Chris's is Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel. But who is Collins? We've had this conversation so many times. No one. I don't look like anyone. What do you guys think about? You do look like Mike McDaniel a little bit, Chris. I don't. You're almost there. The JD Vance thing is interesting because I don't really. I mean, I see it, but I kind of. Yeah, there you're doing it. You're doing is the face.
I got to do the face.
It is there. Why doesn't JD Vance look like you? I guess he's older.
He is older.
Yeah, he's the older people take precedent in that situation.
Yeah.
I was thinking, wouldn't it be hilarious? I mean, people would make it a political move no matter what. Let's get JD Vance on Sacred Symbols Plus. I'll interview him, and I can wear the same suit that he does and talk about games. Does he play games?
I don't think
he probably only plays like Madden or something.
Well, Tim Waltz would have been the interesting one to get because he was like a big Dreamcast guy.
Right.
Which was interesting. He liked crazy texts and stuff.
I feel like there is a photo of JD Vance from like when he was in school where he's like, I feel like there's a picture of him in front of like an original Xbox, but that might have been, I can't tell if that was like, I don't know what's real anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know. I got you. All right. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Ryan Voss wrote in. It said, "Greetings, sacred sweeties. Not a question, but a request. Can the fantasy slop nerd voice also please be applied to games like Horizon, Halo, and Metaphor that get brought up on the show frequently? Whenever I hear it, I think about Colin playing Forbidden West and saying, oh, the shadow carja. This voice has now infected my brain to where every time I load up The Witcher 3, I say to myself, oh, Geralt has a silver sword for the monsters. I love all you dearly and have a wonderful Thanksgiving." You're allowed to use the voice for whatever you want. You know, use it and abuse it for all I care. You know, but don't demand that I do it. I don't like that. Yeah. It's like asking Chris to do the Trump voice. He doesn't like that. You got to let it come organically. You know,
dude. It's funny that this question was asked because I feel like we literally did this exact thing. I feel like we literally sent phasers to stun.
It's robot dinosaurs.
Activate the teleporter. It's also
Ryan Voss.
It's fun.
It is. It's a good voice. It's demeaning, but we don't know to who really. Probably to ourselves in some sense. We are these people. We are the people we're making fun of. That's the beauty of it.
Right. I thought of that voice, but it was for when I was playing Silent Hill 2 and I saw Pyramid Head for the first time. It's like, oh, it's Pyramid Head. Like it's like it's almost like I see that, I know that, so I like it. You know, it's like, it's Pyramid Head.
Oh my God. He's so scary.
He looks so good in 4K.
He's got a big blade.
Depressing themes.
Trauma.
Trauma. I have trauma.
He just like me.
I was reading a funny tweet about Alan Wake last night where it's like, why doesn't Alan Wake just stop writing? You know? Like every time Alan Wake writes something, it becomes worse and worse for him. It's like, just stop. Just stop.
It's writing. Like the Subway sandwich meme. It's like, I don't like Subway. It's like, bro, you made the sandwich. Alan, you wrote the book.
Right. Yeah.
Which I guess that kind of is part of it.
The tweet is, Alan Wake is so funny. Everything Alan writes comes to life. Everyone's begging Alan to please stop fucking writing. Alan would then go, the pleas of the masses have fallen on deaf ears as I continue to write. Then the Shadow Man appeared, and then a Shadow Demon will appear.
That is Alan Wake. And I love it.
Please stop writing. Please. All right. Ryan, thank you for writing him. Let's get into a couple of corrections and then smaller news items. We'll get into what we're playing. We'll get into bigger news items. Then we'll get into listener inquiries and wrap this fucking thing up. By the way, we are recording on a Wednesday. This will go live on Friday, so there might be news in between. We usually don't record this far out from publish, but I'm feeling fairly confident that Thanksgiving will stop people from announcing anything interesting and we'll be safe.
Right.
NM wrote in and said, "Hi, gang. Colin, I've heard you mention the PS5 selling at a higher pace than the PS1 multiple times. Why is this an important and surprising metric? As gaming is significantly more mainstream, there are millions of more people playing video games now than there were 25 years ago. Honestly, if it wasn't outpacing sales of the PS3 and PS4, much less PS1, I'd be extremely worried. Thank you for helping my work days fly by every week. Really appreciate all the work you guys put in." I've never said this in my entire life. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Is he referring to when we were talking about it? Something about like, it's bigger than all of the PlayStation 1.
Yeah, I think what he's confused about is what I've been saying is that PlayStation has been making more profit off of PlayStation in single quarters than they made in the entirety of the PS1 generation. That's incredibly interesting. It's incredibly interesting that the PS1 made Sony $1 billion in 5 years in profit, and then Sony just made $3 billion last quarter in profit off of PlayStation. Yeah, it's incredibly notable. No one's talking about the numbers of consoles sold. PS5's trajectory is obviously higher than PS1's, but I think you're misunderstanding the point of what I'm trying to say, that it's becoming a much more ruthlessly profitable unit. That has become much more of it's not surprising that the original PlayStation didn't make an enormous amount of money because a lot of the games that were being published, Sony didn't own. And this money was being, and you were selling a unit for $300 and there wasn't PS Plus and there wasn't online functionality and DLC and all. So it's not a surprise necessarily, but I think it's somewhat notable how much of a titan it's become. That they were extracting literally to the point of like $100 or $150 million a year in profit. And that's like the budget of a AAA game at this point. So yeah, things have changed, but I think you're misunderstanding the argument. Not the argument, but what we've been saying. It's PS5 isn't necessarily outpacing PS4. You had said that, but it is definitely outpacing PS3. It'll pass PS3 next year, I think. If not next year, then certainly 2026. It'll be the first half of 2026. Because at this point, it's only 17 million behind it now or something like that. So, and they're dropping the prices. We talked about last week. They've dropped the price for Black Friday. Grand Theft Auto next year is going to sell millions of PS5s itself. So I think they're in pretty good shape. So yeah, I don't know that you're understanding the argument particularly, but that's why I wanted to talk about that. However, Michael Lady wrote in with a much more important and germane correction. He says, hey guys, a few corrections and clarifications regarding the Alan Wake 2 sales and Remedy ROI discussion from last week. 1, the reported budget for Alan Wake 2 stands at approximately 70 million euro, 50 million for development and an additional 20 million for marketing. I can't believe they spent $20 million marketing Alan Wake 2 because I never saw a single ad for it. That's around $74 million USD. This helps explain why selling 1.8 million copies of a $60 game or $50 on PC isn't enough to fully recoup costs yet. 2, Epic Games funded the entire development and marketing of Alan Wake 2. This isn't just a simple third-party exclusivity deal. It's a publishing agreement. This explains why the game isn't on Steam just yet. Epic hasn't ruled out a Steam release in the future, but for now it remains an Epic Game Store exclusive for a long time, in quotes. 3, many people misunderstand the ROI figures from Remedy provides in their reports. The data they share doesn't represent what's needed to recoup costs. Instead, it shows what's required for Remedy to achieve a 100% ROI, which means doubling their initial investment. A 50% ROI would likely correspond to recouping their costs exactly. This can be a bit misleading as 100% ROI might sound like just breaking even, but it's actually referring to double the investment. Thanks and keep up the great work. This is good feedback, and I went and looked this up. I forgot to put this up. There's actually ROI is actually just a specific, and I didn't know this. ROI is a specific math equation. It's profit minus cost divided by cost. That's the math equation. Thus, the formula for ROI is profit minus cost divided by cost. For example, if you made $10,000 from $1,000 investment, your ROI is 90%.
Okay.
So, yeah, good information.
Yeah, I hadn't considered that at all.
No, me neither. I've never really used that term. I run 2 businesses, obviously, but our ROI is like, we don't use that terminology. So good information to use, good information to know. Yeah, it says ROI. This is Google. I don't want to Google Gemini. I don't trust you. Never mind.
Get out of here.
All right, let's get into some of the smaller news items here. Washed AF wrote into us on Patreon. Remember, you can write into us on patreon.com/laststandmedia by using the thread in the newsfeed for the show and all the other shows every week. Did Sony outsource their PS2 sales tracking to Maricopa County? Stop the count! PlayStation.com released a 30th anniversary website, which is really good, called 30 Years of Play. And you guys can just Google that if you want to check out the entire thing. But there's interesting stuff in here, including that there are new sales figures for PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2 was most recently reported about 10 years ago at 155 million units sold. It's standing now at 160 million units sold. They haven't manufactured PS2, I think, in 10 years or so. So it's a little interesting that they've found all these extra units. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't think they're lying, but it is, and I think other people have observed this too. It is funny that as the Switch creeps up to the PS2, they're like, by the way, we found another 5 million units, which I was saying to Mike, I'm like, that might do it. That might actually solidify them. Like I don't know that Switch gets to 160. Like, it's pretty heavily saturated. It's at 146 now. So another 14 million with the Switch 2 or the Super Switch months away. I don't know. This might have been all they needed to have found. Stop the count, Dustin. What do you think about these new numbers?
Yeah. The main thing I was thinking about is how Switch would they creep up? Because there was that thing, I think it was Jim Ryan, right, that had initially soft confirmed about this being a higher number that we had talked about. And we're like, where's that coming from? But But yeah, this certainly could solidify them. The Switch, 146 million, at least on this Wikipedia page. So it's hard to say. I think that if they do release or lower the price of the Switch into the Switch 2's lifespan, keep it around for a long time, maybe, but you're right. It is so saturated. Most people now, even families, have multiple Switches. I have 3 of them. I bought one for my mom. Many people I know have multiple Switches. It's like, how many more can you really sell? But 160 million, thank you, DVD player. Because I'm sure that was a large part of it, at least initially. Yeah. And even funny too, it's like in Brazil, they were making like FIFA was still really big. And they were still making FIFA games on PS2, and PS2 was still really popular there for like recently, within the last 10 years.
Yeah, and India is another place where PS2 is
in
popular.
India.
There are literally games that Sony funded and published that only came out in India. Like during the PS3 generation on PS2, which is interesting. 160 million. Chris, are you a conspiracy theorist on this? Do you think this has to do with the Switch numbers? I feel like I don't think they're making it up. It's just interesting to revise this at this point. Where did you find another 5 million units?
It is funny because it's just so because 5 million in the context of 155 million isn't a lot, I guess, but in the context of just like when you think about like you found another 5 million PS2s that you just didn't know about. It is a little weird. It strikes me as bizarre, but I don't really have any reason. I don't know. I don't really know how it benefits them actually to lie about this. Like, who cares? Like, okay, you had the best selling console 20 years ago. Who cares? I feel like they're generally more focused on like what's going on now. But I mean, we talk about how like, oh, this is what's going to cement the PS2, I guess. Because like, could the Switch really creep up to that? I'll tell you how it could. If Nintendo gets like skittish and they're like, you know what? We went from the Wii to the Wii U. Let's just do Switch Pro. And it's just the Switch again. And then that'll be like, then it's over.
Yeah, that's what they did with the Game Boy and why Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Pocket all count as Game Boy sales.
I could see them doing something like that where it's just like, no, it's all the Switch. Because why would they leave that branding behind when they hit it on the head so perfectly? You know what I mean? Like they had the Wii that was popular and the Wii U was a mess. And they had the Switch. It's like, all right, let's not fuck with it anymore. Until we absolutely have to. And it seems like they don't really have to because they clearly are just making another Switch. This isn't like a new, different type of machine. So like I could see that being like the route they go. It's like, all right, well, fuck you. We were going to call this the Nintendo, I don't know, Squooge or whatever. But now it's like, now it's just the Switch again. They could get away with it.
I hope they call it the Super Switch. They did.
Super Switch would be cool.
They did confirm backwards compatibility, so that's going to neuter the old one, because why would you buy the old one just to play old Switch games? You might as well just buy the new one so you can play everything.
Cheaper price point, I guess.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, they really could. I mean, that would be the thing, is they really could drop it to ridiculously low prices and sell many more, but we'll see. I love the coincidence of that. I don't think it has one really has to do with the other, but you can't help but read it through that lens. At least I can't.
It is funny.
Yeah. It's like, we got to get a little distance. All right. Another story from GQ. God, these video game purveyors love speaking to GQ. GQ did a big piece on Troy Baker. There are 2 pieces of news in here that I thought were interesting. Only one piece is really being reported. I actually think the other piece is a little more interesting, although not perhaps surprising. But the first piece of news is that Troy Baker is going to be in Naughty Dog's mysterious new game. People are talking about how he's going to star in it, but I don't see that in this article. I might be missing it. They talked to Neil Druckmann as part of this article about Troy Baker, and it says that the GQ writer says, quote, he will return for Druckmann's new project at Naughty Dog, talking about Troy Baker. And then Druckmann told GQ, quote, in a heartbeat, I would always work with Troy, end quote. Not a huge surprise. Troy Baker, of course, in Uncharted 4, but seminally in The Last of Us. I'm not sure how I feel. I like Troy Baker. I think he's an interesting person. I think he's a good actor, but I don't like going back to the well over and over again either. Like, there's so many different people, and it's cool that like Tarantino and Christopher Guest and all these different directors like go to the same people. And I think that that's cool, but I like doing it a different way, I think, which would be using different ensembles of people and trying different things out. I think that's much more attractive. So I'm not necessarily excited about this. Chris, what do you think? Troy Baker and the new Naughty Dog game? We have no context really, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, it is one of those things where I kind of in agreement. I'm in somewhat of an agreeing role here. I do think that Troy Baker, he's very pervasive. It's kind of like a Nolan North kind of situation where he is in everything, and it kind of is like, all right, well, there's a lot of voice actors out there that are probably also very, very good, and I do feel like they're kind of not really getting a lot of chances to shine, really. And that's kind of, I mean, it's a competitive environment, like fair enough. It is what it is, but there is kind of an element of, okay, let's get some fresh faces in here. I think that actually helps. I think that helps the industry a lot. Like when you get like a new flavor to like anything that you're working on, it's like, oh, that's a voice I've never heard before. Or like, oh, it's an inflection I've never heard before. Not to shit on Troy Baker, by the way. He's actually one of the more pervasive actors that I feel like actually has a lot more range than, because whenever I hear like, and this is respect to all these people, like even Keith David, who I love dearly. Like, I think he's got like an amazing voice. I can always tell like that's Keith David. And with Troy Baker, I can't always necessarily tell. Like when he did like the Joker in fucking, what is it, Arkham Origins or whatever, I was like, oh damn, that's kind of nuts that you can do that. So I think he's talented, and he'll probably do a great job.
Dude, he does a great job as Harrison Ford in Indy.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe how good that was. So that's another thing. I don't want this to be mistaken as like, oh, he's like not talented. Like, no, he's very clearly like probably one of the most talented people doing it, because he's the least. He's the one that I come across the most that I recognize the least, if that makes sense. Like usually it's like, oh, that's Jennifer Hale. Oh, that's Nolan North. Oh, that's this oh, that's Yuri Lowenthal. I recognize that grunt anywhere. Like I know that. So yeah, I don't know. I would like to hear more fresh voices. I would like to hear more new people, but it doesn't. I understand why they would go back to him. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah. Well, the first thing that I just thought of is like, well, it could be that they're working on Last of Us, because he has a role in that series, of course.
It would have to go backwards, right?
What's that?
It would have to be a prequel.
Wouldn't have to be.
It would have to go future with flashbacks, or you think he plays someone else like he did in the first one? Or no, that was Nolan North actually, so that doesn't make any sense. You think he would play a different character? No,
I think that there could be flashbacks, something like that. But yeah, I agree with Chris. You mentioned Yuri Lowenthal, which amazing job, of course.
Yeah, no,
but when I booted up Helldivers earlier this year, it was like, oh, that's Spider-Man. Spider-Man's a Helldiver. I wonder if it's a matter of mocap artists being more like that. There's just less of them in general, or less people that are interested in doing that kind of thing. But you have to give to Troy Baker the range. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad, Colin, you mentioned Indiana Jones, just because people are like, holy shit, that's Troy Baker.
Yeah, it sounds great.
He sounds amazing. So I wonder, will we know about this next Naughty Dog game? It's time, right? Like you would think that we would know about it within the next
maybe at the Game
12
Awards.
months. Maybe at the Game Awards.
That's where The Last of Us was revealed, but yeah, it's like you would imagine that. I still think that we might be underbaking how much time and money they wasted on The Last of Us Online, and not to say that they were only working on that, because they weren't, but that was hundreds of people working on that game for years. So I think they're behind where I think we were already supposed to know about the new Naughty Dog game, and I think it was The Last of Us Online, and so who knows where that puts everything else, and it's very frustrating. I still kind of have a dream that, again, just based on people I've talked to that have played it, that were in tests and internal at Naughty Dog or whatever, where the game is very good. It is my hope that they're like, yeah, let's get this off the shelf, but they're not going to do that, obviously.
You can't imagine that they're probably going to like take some of what they did. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine that they're not going to at least Frankenstein whatever it is that they were working on into the next thing.
I hope so. They made San Francisco, apparently. I mean, that's where the game apparently takes place. So, or took place, or at least partially. So maybe you can integrate that into a Last of Us 3 or whatever, if that's where you want the game to take place. Because we'll definitely get it. I mean, people are delusional if you don't think we're getting a third Last of Us game. It's just, when are we going to get it? And since, I don't want to spoil the game too much, but since Troy would no longer be involved and Ellie would be even older, letting Ashley Johnson get older is not a big deal. You know, like there's no time constraint, in other words, to take advantage of it. Ashley Johnson's like my age, so there's plenty of time. But there's something else. So I want to recommend this GQ article. It's really interesting. Get a lot of insight into Troy Baker. I mean, one of the interesting things he talks about here is his falling out with Nolan North. I don't know if you guys read this article, but he does get into it. The article is called Troy Baker, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle Interview. If you guys want to look it up, but he talks a little bit about how he kind of fell out with Nolan North because of their YouTube channel and how he kind of wanted things out of Nolan that Nolan didn't want to do or wasn't, and that they've made up behind the scenes, which is good to know. And you were saying that it's becoming Nolan North. Like, I would say Troy Baker has actually eclipsed Nolan North in a lot of ways in terms of ubiquity. It's, I think, a little more, it's a little more reserved because games come out at a slower clip now. So like we were inundated with Nolan North for years because games were coming out every 2 years or whatever, Uncharted and fucking Dark Void and whatever these random ass games he was doing. While there's more distance, I think, between Troy Baker's projects.
I think that's true, but I also just think Nolan North is just a little bit more recognizable. Again, when you look at like Arkham Joker or Arkham Origins Joker or Indiana Jones, you know what I mean? Like that's like maybe you could tell that was Troy Baker, maybe. But like, I feel like it would be a lot like most of the things that I've heard Nolan North and I would be like, oh, that's Nolan North.
Right.
Like it's immediately recognizable. Not that
he doesn't seem to have the range, but I don't know. Not that I'm insulting him as an actor. He's a great actor. But there is something interesting in this article that I feel like no one's picking up at. And it says that Judas is coming out next year. I went and looked it up, and that's not known. Like, as far as I understand, Judas doesn't have a release year. So I wonder if we'll see this at the Video Game Awards with a date.
That'd be great.
Again, people know that I'm friends with Ken Levine. I don't pick his brain about this shit. I don't know. I have no insight. I'm really just speculating along with everyone else because I don't want to put people in awkward positions. It's time, and I am going to be, dude. I am going to be so far up that game's asshole. It's not even going to be funny. Like, BioShock is irreplicable. To even get something that sniffs it would be amazing, because it's so good. BioShock and BioShock Infinite and BioShock 2, which is not a Levine game. I like BioShock 2. I think it's underrated. It's just, it's time. It's time. And when we saw Judas finally, when we saw gameplay of it, earlier this year or last year, whatever it was, I was like, dude, this looks like BioShock. I mean, there's just no denying that they're leaning into it. And I'm just going to stick with my theory, although Ken Deadup told me that was wrong. I think this is a BioShock game. Just going to throw that out there. So yeah, who knows? I mean, GQ says this with some authority that the game's coming out in 2025. This, I assume, means that, obviously Troy would know. And this seems like something that was kind of just said, but no one's really paying attention to. And I understand that because there's other more interesting stuff in here for people, but it does say that in this article. So we'll see. Very excited. Yeah. Very excited. Judas is probably, as far as games that are confirmed to exist as opposed to like hypothetical games, like another Horizon game, which is certainly going to come, another Last of Us. Like, I'm excited about all that, but Judas is the AAA game that I'm like totally fixated on. And I don't want to see anything else either. So
I'm in. That's for me too. I think that and GTA, I think, are the only two things that I'm like locked in for sure, where I'm just like, yep, I'm in.
Let's see. It says next year he reunites with Ken Levine and Judas, the director's decade in the making follow-up to BioShock. So
that's crazy. That's crazy that it's just there.
Yeah, says it in black and white. All right. So I didn't report on this on the show because this was announced in a weird way. So I went and did a little bit of research. Back in September, as part of the 30th anniversary announcement that Sony was going to celebrate with all the different things we've discussed since, there was a Gran Turismo game announced, or at least a product. It's called My First Gran Turismo. And it's described back in September as this, quote, This holiday, look forward to a free trial version designed to attract diverse players of all skill levels to the globally acclaimed Gran Turismo 7. This upcoming release will include some of the favorite cars, tracks, and race events that evoke the nostalgia and excitement of the very first GT experience. Look out for more details on My First GT, available to all PS5 and PS4 players this holiday. So it's a limited free-to-play base GT7 version for people to attract them to that game. And I mean, that's a really smart idea because it's such a popular game. So we know that now. We didn't report on that then. Gamatsu reports, and this is via Push Square, that My First Gran Turismo for PS4 and PS5 has been rated for release in Taiwan. And so it should be imminent and should make its holiday release. So that's cool. If you're looking forward to that, I'm interested to see if that will attract any new people to Gran Turismo. I also wonder if it will have its own trophies and stuff like that will maybe attract even more people to it. When I first saw this, I was like, oh, they're releasing the first Gran Turismo? That's sick. And then I went and looked and I was like, no, it's not that. So My First Gran Turismo will be available probably imminently. Maybe even, again, this might be another VGA thing. There are some rumors that Sony will have an event in December of some sort. Remember, what was it, a week ago or two, we reported that there seemed to be an Easter egg in the trailer saying that something was happening December 3rd. I don't know if people are reading into that too much. I know that some reliable people that have great connections to Sony, current Sony, like Jeff Grubb and so on, have said that it doesn't seem like anything's happening. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if you want to kind of double dip with the VGAs or just do your own thing. You have everyone's eyes. If you have one or two things to announce, maybe just do it at the Video Game Awards and dominate the Video Game. I mean, if you announce The Last of Us Part 3 or something at the Video Game Awards, that's that, as far as like what would win game of the show, I think. So anyway, My First Gran Turismo for all you little babies out there.
That's what I thought it sounded like when I saw this in the write-up. I was like, oh, this is like a kid's GT game that they're about to reveal.
Yeah, why is it named that? It's got like a Fisher-Price name.
Right, Fisher-Price Gran Turismo. Yeah. Did you see also, Colin, so this December 3rd date, I'm seeing that this morning, Bloodborne, if you boot it up, there's a notification of server maintenance on December 3rd.
60 frames patch? They wouldn't need to do server maintenance for that.
No, I think this has happened before where server maintenance has occurred on a suspicious day and nothing happened. So I am not expecting anything, but that is 3 things pointing to a December 3rd date.
Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I did see that news. It's just like anything Bloodborne, I just don't touch anymore because it's like, I don't know. The Kadokawa potential acquisition is the most consequential thing towards a Bloodborne remake or remaster that we've probably yet experienced. And we'll get into that in a little bit as well. But the next piece of news that I wanted to discuss comes from Video Games Chronicle. They relay word of data miner Billy Bill Kuhn, who we've talked about many times in the past. He has some sort of access to the back end of PlayStation because he seems to know what games are coming to PS Plus first, accessories that are coming out, new game announcements, and so on and so forth. He says that a DualSense controller for Helldivers is being prepared and will be sold imminently for $84.99, he says, by the end of the year. Again, this ties into my Concord reporting in the sense that what they believe in and don't believe in based on the controllers that are ready to go and the accessories and all of that, and that they had a Concord controller ready to go before the game even came out, but nothing for Helldivers indicates to you how backwards they had it. But there's not only that. So there's the Helldivers controller, which is pretty cool. I'm not going to buy that, but I'm sure a lot of people will. But there are some other things happening, which apparently is that there's going to be a black series of DualSense Edge, the Pulse Elite wireless headset, the Pulse Explore wireless earbuds, and the Portal. And that these might be announced before the end of the year too. In my opinion, Dustin, and what you were saying earlier, this also indicates that they have some things to talk about. So like you might want to announce these in a PlayStation blog post, but if you have a Helldivers controller and a bunch of new accessories, that seems like some bigger pop that you might want to have in some sort of state of play or maybe at the VGAs or something like that. So people should look forward to those. The earbuds will cost $100. The wireless headset will cost $150. The Edge will cost $200. So same pricing, $200 for the Portal. And then the Helldivers controller, again, $84.99. That's more expensive than any of the controllers, right? So far, are they just raising the price?
Was
$85 for a DualSense controller? That's fucking crazy, in my opinion.
I'm trying to remember if that's just the price. Okay, so wait, the PlayStation.
I think they vacillate like the cheap. I think it goes from like 70 to 80 or 65 to 80 or something like that.
The Astrobot one is 80.
Yeah, right.
On PlayStation
Right.
Direct.
So this is like a $5 premium even on that. It could be inflationary. I don't know.
The Fortnite controller, $84.99.
Oh, okay. There you go. Fortnite.
The Fortnite controller, the anniversary one was 80. So they are a little all over the place with the prices.
Well, Dusty Boy, let's stick with you then.
Sure.
Are there any of these attractive to you? You just got your portals for free, so you're good there. Do you want a Helldivers DualSense or any of these wireless black controllers? Black's nice. And what do they say? Once you go black, you never go back. So
That's what they say.
Yeah. So what do you have to say about this?
I have no need for any controllers. I now have 5 DualSense controllers because of the 2 that came with my PS5 Pro anniversary. So I'm cutting myself off from all DualSense purchases. Don't need it. I have lightly thought about getting a new PlayStation headset at some point because I have the standard one.
That's the one
I got at a yard sale. Those ones. Yeah. I don't really like it that much. And I've heard the new ones, it's the Elite, Pulse Elite controller or a headset.
Yeah, Pulse Elite.
Supposed to be much nicer. Thanks to all these nuts coming in and the purchase and having better headphone tech. So I am lightly curious about that. And if I was going to buy it, it would be in black. But ultimately, I don't need it. So overall, no, I am out.
Yeah, I have 2 of these. I have this one for upstairs, and then I have another one of these that I use downstairs when necessary. And I just plug it into my controller. The one thing I had a problem with was getting the Bluetooth to work. Like it was very inconsistent for some reason. Like plugging the dongle into it, I just couldn't. I don't know if I had a faulty dongle or I'm just an idiot. I mean, it could be anything like that. So I just used a little audio headset jack, which I kind of prefer. You know, I don't need to have. I'm not that crazy. Chris Raygun, any of these attractive to you, my friend?
Not particular. I mean, maybe the thing about like I'm kind of in a situation too where I also kind of have too many controllers. You know, like I have 3 DualSenses. I have an Edge now in a box. To be fair, so I'm probably not going to be using it. But like, I don't know. And I'm gonna be getting another DualSense anniversary, like a normal one, that I'll feel a little bit more comfortable using, kind of soon too. So like I'm just kind of controllered out really.
Yeah, I
don't really use headsets either because like I have like a really good sound system in my living room that it's stupid nice. So I don't really ever play. I don't play video games with headphones unless I'm on PC or streaming. So. Yeah, nothing really for me in this package. Although I am curious as to what it's going to look like because I don't know if there's no image of this thing, right?
No,
it's just
no.
Yeah. So if I don't know if it looks nice, maybe I'll consider it. But like that's pretty expensive. I feel like it would have to be like it would have to not only look really cool with like maybe like I don't know some of the yellow highlights, but it would also have to coincide with like one of my other DualSenses breaking for no good reason.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah,
I think I have 6 controllers now, maybe 7, because I had 2 launch PS5s, so those both had controllers, and I bought the Pro, so that's a 3rd controller, and that controller is just in its little styrofoam case still. I'm never probably even going to touch it. And then I bought a light blue one, a dark blue one, and the gray one I got. So that's 6. There might be another one, and we'll talk about this a little later. But the gray controller is beautiful. It's like. It's really, really nice. But can they box these things like they give a shit? It's like opening up something from Amazon, you know? But we'll get into that a little bit later. It's just a little weird because it's such a nice build. It's so nice. So I'm really happy with the controller. But so yeah, I don't need a new DualSense either. The only way I would buy a new DualSense at this point is even if one of them broke, like I should just use one of the other ones I have. Unless there's like some really attractive color. Like that's when I bought this one I was like, this is fucking sick. The orange and blue PS4 controller, for instance. They could get me like that. Or they could do, as we've said for years ad nauseum, especially Chris and I, because we've been doing the show for so long together, they could do a design lab and I would have already bought 25 of these things. So where if I could put logos on them and like any color scheme and make my own Last Stand controller and all that kind of stuff, be sick. You know,
yeah.
We should start selling our own controllers. We'll just make them ourselves in some garage in Silicon Valley. All right. Eric Roth wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Hi, gentlemen. Illustrious leaker Billy Bill Kuhn has PS Portal coming in black, a Helldivers 2 themed controller, and the Edge controller also in black. Thoughts? Is Sony doing too much with hardware to distract from lack of first-party software? These things have nothing to do with each other, silly boy. Hardware is... There's obviously clear demand for hardware revisions. Pro is selling well. Edge, as we've said many times, is the best-selling accessory in console gaming. The Portal is being sold. Every unit the Portal that they make for the Portal is sold. So I think they're just flooding the channels knowing that people buy this shit. Though I think that many people game on a budget, which I totally respect and I think is great, many other people game with want and abandon. And there is no reason that Sony shouldn't be taking advantage of those people. And those people are us in some sense. Many of the people that listen to the show, certainly the three of us, spend way above per capita on video games. So why not, mine us if you can, like if they released a Mega Man controller or something, that'd be fucking sick. So why wouldn't you do things for more popular things, Helldivers and all that? The big surprise is you didn't have anything ready to go with Helldivers sooner, although it might literally be that that's how long it takes to get the shit going. And that again shows you what they were thinking with Concord and not with Helldivers. So Eric, don't think that they're the same. They're not. Just a quick PSA here. And this comes from Video Games Chronicle as well, who made this discovery. We have noticed that there were 2 games in particular on PSN that were not available a la carte and were only available to you to play if you had a PlayStation Plus premium subscription and had access to the Classics catalog of games. And these 2 games in question were both Capcom games, Dino Crisis and Resident Evil Director's Cut. These games are now both available a la carte on PSN for $9.99 each if you want to play them and you don't want to subscribe. So that's nice. I don't know why they did that to begin with. It felt like it feels so limited as to feel like an error. Like something that wasn't really intended and then no one cared to fix it or something like that. Because why would it just be those 2 games? It is the same publisher, similar genre, same console generation, but I don't know that continuity really matters, that connectivity matters. So just wanted to throw that out there. If you're looking for Dino Crisis or Resident Evil Director's Cut and you don't want to subscribe to PS Plus Premium, which makes perfect sense, have at it. And by the way, I noticed last night, this pissed me off because I reported on this last week, the various Black Friday sales that are going on PSN right now. I had misunderstood thinking that PS Plus subscriptions generally were just on sale, but the only on sale you get for PS Plus is upgrading. So it's dude, PS Plus Premium, or I'm sorry, PS Plus Essential, the lowest tier is $80. It's like, come on, man, $80. I should have stacked more. Remember when they raised the price and I was like, I stacked a year and I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to do it. I should have just stacked a bunch of years. What was I thinking at that point? I have no idea, but $80 seems like a lot of money for PS Plus. It started at $50, right? During the PS3 era. So they're making a serious amount of money on there and you didn't need it during the PS3 era.
I know Xbox Live was 60. I know Xbox Live was 60 a year. Back in that era. I don't remember what PS Plus was.
$80 just seems like a lot. I mean, I do think you get a nice amount of value. Online gaming, obviously, cloud saving and all the rest, and then access to, what would it be, like 36 games a year? And we'll talk about some of them that are being added, and they're typically pretty good games. But so I'm not saying the value isn't there. It's just a little bit of sticker shock. Because I have to re-up mine in January. I'm going to be out. All right, finally, Ernie M. wrote into us about the final piece of news here, the small piece of news. He says, hey guys, with news that Cyberpunk 2077 has now sold over 30 million units, can we expect a sequel? Would you be interested in one? Also, if a DLC can be Game of the Year, then Phantom Liberty was robbed. So CD Projekt released a really nice group presentation for their investors. It's really, really in depth, just like Remedy's was that we talked about last week. And they announced a few things in here, including the confirmation that they're doing like another Netflix series, another cartoon or whatever. But the big news here that I wanted to discuss was that Cyberpunk 2077, which was first released in late 2020, has now sold 30 million copies. And Phantom Liberty, the DLC that came out last year, has now sold 8 million copies. Great success stories. Now, to your question, Ernie, as far as I understand, we already know that there's going to be another Cyberpunk. And that would be an inevitability. The Witcher 4 has just entered production, apparently, like full production. And so I would expect this is still going to be quite far behind, but they would be stupid not to do that. And by the way, Cyberpunk 2077 is fucking sick. Just an absolutely sick game. I couldn't believe how good it was. It was so good. Really, everything about it. Everything about it was great. On PS5. I didn't play it on PS4.
It's kind of an important caveat.
Yeah, it's a very important caveat.
Yeah, if you're on PS4 and still listening to the show, it's like definitely don't pick it up for your PS4.
Yeah, it should have never been released on PS4. And
yeah,
it is kind of a shame that they got away with it, but it's very Hello Games-ish in that they made it right. They did ultimately make it right, although maybe not to quite the extent that Hello Games did, because I don't know that anything would really make Cyberpunk great on PS4. They should have just, as we said in the past, when they were getting close to the fall and the winter of 2020, they should have been like, we're canceling the console releases. We're just going to release it on PC, and then we're going to work on getting it going for the next gen consoles, or the current gen consoles at the time, which I think would have been much preferred. But by the time I got to it and by the time it was cleaned up, man, it was such a great experience. I really, really liked that game a lot. So highly recommended.
Yeah, the sequel right now, it's called Project Orion.
Orion. Yeah.
That they announced that on October 4th, 2022.
Yeah. Yeah, I would assume that. Yeah, they're and they seem fairly deliberate about pre-production, where they really do to get their ducks in a row before they enter production, and so they'll announce it when the time comes. But I think Witcher 4 is like all hands on deck for them now, and they've waited way too long to get Witcher 4 out. But I don't know what the fuck they're doing over there. All right, let's get into what we're playing. Let's see here. Let me think here. Let me look. Okay. I'll go first. I'll just get my stuff out of the way. I've played more Metaphor ReFantazio. I'm in now I know you can leave dungeons or whatever, but I'm in a dungeon now where I'm like way underleveled, and it's an optional dungeon. And so I've just been running around for a few hours trying to level up, and I leveled up 5 levels, and then I went and tried to fight the boss again, and I still got my ass beat. So I'm just going to try to continue to level up, and I'm doing it kind of tediously where I'm not entering any real fights. You know, you just like running. You can like figure out every dungeon has a way to reset the enemies, and like kind of you figure out where to go. And so I'm trying to just level up and keep the calendar good and pristine. So that's kind of deflated me a little bit, just because I've kind of hit a stopping point where I really need to just put some work in. So that's going on there. I platinumed Lego Horizon Adventures. That's platinum number 170. No one, as I said earlier in the show, no one has played this game except for me in the company, so I don't think we're going to do any episode of Sacred Symbols Plus on it because I have no one to do it with. It's a really cute game. I think it's well put together. I think it's very limited. The more you play it, the more you realize, in my opinion, it's missing a lot of the trappings of Lego, in my opinion. It's weird. It's a weird game, but I liked it. I think $60 is a little bit rich for it. It will take you no more than 10 hours to beat it, probably, if you just played it straight up. But it took me about 20 hours to do everything. The major holdup was you have to level all 4 characters up to 20, which takes a little bit of time. You have to replay stages over and over again to do that. So there's that. I played Tribreaker all the way through. That's our upcoming game. We have a release date for Tribreaker of December 12th on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series S and X, Nintendo Switch, and PC. So please do check that out. And by the way, all of our games at Lilymo on storefronts, whether it's Steam or PSN or whatever, are on sale right now. So definitely go and check those out, including Twin Breaker, which is the predecessor to Tribreaker. So December 12th for that. I played through the entire game on Portal, actually, and it's really good. I'm excited for people to play it. The platinum is going to be so hard for people to get. It's very, very difficult. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, to be honest with you. And then last night at literally 2 a.m, you can go look at my trophy timestamps. I was like, Mike and I were just hanging out, and I just was I re-downloaded Astrobot and realized I had never played the time trials that have been coming out, or came out, beginning in October, I guess it was. And now all 5 of them are out. So I spent a half an hour and just did all of it, and got all the bots and got all the trophies or whatever, and tried to get respectable times. I played each stage multiple times. I looked, Dustin, I was beating you, I think, on every stage.
I was just finishing them, but now it's on.
Yeah, you could easily beat, I think. It's funny, the last stage, which is the one with like the frog hands, is the hardest one. And somehow, and I was really struggling with it. And then somehow I just had this insane run where I'm nowhere. I'm like literally ranked like 100,000th in the world or something like that. But in the other ones, I'm ranked like 300,000th in the world.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was cool. It was cool to see. I won't spoil it here, but some of the the bots that showed up that weren't announced were surprising, and I liked seeing them. One specifically from the early PS3 generation that I thought was pleasant and missing in the first one. So that's cool. And the stage, I was surprised. I said this to Mike when I was playing through them. I'm surprised they released these for free. In some sense, it's really cool that they did that, but they could have charged for these, and they didn't. So I thought that was really cool. Astrobot's a really, really wonderful game. Nice package. Asobi doing a really nice job, and so highly recommended that. So yeah, I spent half an hour, 45 minutes, and just banged all those out. And one of the things I liked about the trial times is it obviously tracks your trial times globally with your friends and shows you where you are in the leaderboards and all of that. But then it combines it all into like multiple stage runs and gives you a cumulative time. So my cumulative time is like 4 minutes between the 5 stages. And there's like a whole separate leaderboard for that unlocks after you've beaten all the stages, which I think is pretty cool. So definitely go check that out. If you have Astrobot and have not played those, it's all free. It'll download. It's a little bit nebulous. I don't know if you noticed this when you played it, Dustin. I booted the game up and I went in and it said like, oh, the game is downloading. You can't play it right now. But it's like some back end thing that's happening. And I went and looked it up, and other people were encountering this because it's not like a download package. It's just happening like off of a server or something like that. And it just won't let you start the game.
Huh.
And then I waited like 20 minutes and it let me finally start the game. And I did Google it and found a bunch of Reddit threads and stuff with people experiencing the same thing. So it is a little weird in that sense. If you do experience that, just be patient. But yeah, that's it. That's all I've been playing. I don't know what I'm going to move on to next. I have Dragon Quest. I'd like to get into that. I got to finish Metaphor, obviously. So some good options coming up. Some good older games, classic games. I don't know where I'm going to go next. So, all right, Chris, let's go to you. I'm especially interested to hear what you think of Stalker.
Sure, yeah. So I kind of on a whim, I was like, I don't know. I kept seeing people talk about this on various social media websites. I kept seeing like weird clips of this game that made me like really, really curious. I've never played a Stalker game before. Like I know that the older games, I think if I'm not mistaken, they came to, I don't know if maybe Xbox Game Pass specifically, but I know they came out on Xbox in some backwards compatible way. I thought I would get around to it, but I just kind of never did. And I was like, oh, I'm probably not going to play this. But I kept seeing it, and the curiosity got the better of me. And I downloaded it on PC Game Pass, 155 gigabytes. I think. So I had to uninstall Call of Duty to make room for it, which was a little bit painful. But dude, I've been playing it for about 10 hours now, and I kind of love it. There's something here. Now, I want to be very clear. This is a janky game. Like, I was having an issue where I play on PC, so I have a dual monitor, and I have a dual monitor setup. So no matter what type of window mode I use, whether it was like borderless windowed, borderless full screen, or full screen exclusive, whenever I would look to the left, if I went far enough away, the mouse would just show up on my other monitor. And then sometimes I would get into a fight, and then I would click into Discord instead of shoot my gun. I was like, no. But that turned out to be like a driver issue. I updated my drivers, and that fixed it. So if anybody's having that specific issue, just kind of, I think updating your drivers will probably help. But in spite of all the jank, there is an atmosphere here that I think is really, really cool. I think there's like, it's like Fallout without the whimsical kind of fantastical stuff. So it's just kind of dire and grimdark. It's not to say that the NPCs don't have their own kind of humor to go along with it, but like the world is like very oppressive and dire, and it feels a lot more survival oriented because it is. The combat is more it's finicky, but in like a grounding way. Like your guns will jam over time. You have to eat. You have to make sure that you're not carrying too much when you go out on like these expeditions, because you might weigh yourself down if you find some cool stuff and you might not be able to make it back. It's cool. Like, I don't know how to really flesh it out other than I really like survival games. I've always dabbled in them, even in Bethesda RPGs, where like I really like the survival modes in those where you have to eat and stay warm and all that stuff. It's not quite that extensive because those are like dedicated survival modes. This is a little bit more lenient. I don't think you have to pay attention to the temperature, at least not where I am 10 hours into the game. But I dig it. I dig the Russian like kind of flavor to everything. I dig the setting. The map is game's gorgeous. First off, it's janky, but it looks beautiful. Like there are moments where I'm just kind of like staring at it. I was like, I can't believe this game looks as good as it does. Where the rain is just like splashing in puddles, and it just looks so real. And then you shoot a guy in the head and he ragdolls in a ridiculous way, and then it's like, oh yeah, this is a video game. But the map is fucking huge. I thought I was kind of seeing a lot of it, and then I zoomed out. It kind of had that Elden Ring moment, Dustin, where I was like, I zoomed out of the map and I was like, I can't believe there's this much game. So yeah, I'm surprisingly super, super into it. It's definitely not for everybody. I definitely don't think I could necessarily recommend it at full price right now, especially because the settings that are demanded of you for this game are pretty intense. I have a 3080 and I tried to run this at high, and it was, I'm not even exaggerating, I was getting like 7 frames a second. So I had to really tweak it to get myself to a place that was around 60. There are some bugs. I've had it crash. I've definitely experienced some things that are very Bethesda-like, where a character is like floating 5 feet above the ground as he's talking to you. So it's definitely unfinished. But I also think the context in which this game was made and like an active war zone kind of makes it interesting, and it makes me a little bit more lenient on it. But it's still a full price game. You might want to wait or check it out on Game Pass. I think that's probably like the best way to play it. That's how I'm playing it. Yeah, I'm super into it. I'm kind of curious to play the other ones when I'm done with this. Maybe not immediately, because there is probably a fear of burnout in that regard. But yeah, I'm way more into Stalker than I thought I would be. I will say I don't think it's a Colin game.
Yeah.
I don't think it's. I don't know if you would really like it. It's kind of intentionally tedious, almost in like a Death Stranding kind of way, which I vibed with quite a bit. But I could see it being a little bit alienating for a lot of people. But that's my experience with Stalker 2 so far. I've got about 10 and a half hours into it, and I'm thinking about it all the time. I'm very eager to just get back into it. But
yeah, and just to be clear, because you had mentioned it, GSC Game World, which is the developer of the game and developer of all the Stalker games, is Ukrainian.
Right.
And as I understand, I think that they've worked out of the Czech Republic for a while now. I don't think they've been in Ukraine for a few years at this point.
Right.
So yeah, it was made under great distress. It's not really unlike what happened when Metro, I guess it would have been Metro, the second Metro game was made when Russia invaded Crimea. And that's also a Ukrainian team that I think works out of Malta now. So, but you had said that the Russian vibe, it's technically still in Ukraine, right? Because it's
right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
Russian language, I guess, though. Right.
It's this one I think is, I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure this one is set. I will say the story isn't like the reason I'm playing this game. I'm playing this game for like the vibes and like the exploration, but I'm pretty sure this takes place in Chernobyl. But
it's called what isn't the subtitle Heart of Chernobyl?
Yeah, and Chernobyl.
But they're all like that. But yeah.
It says here on Wikipedia, by the way, near the outbreak of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, GSC, based in Kiev, released a video on their YouTube account which called for the financial aid of the Ukrainian armed forces, stating that the outbreak of the war and the need to protect GSC employees has led to the game's development being paused indefinitely. So yeah, at some point they just stopped making it, which is really interesting. So it's cool that they got it out. It'll be on PS5 apparently somewhat imminently, because apparently it's only got a 3-month exclusivity window. So
yeah. It's definitely cool. It's definitely, I will say this is we've talked a couple of times on the show about like what makes a game like a mouse and keyboard game versus a controller game. I do feel like this is a mouse and keyboard game. Like it just kind of feels more at home. It's very much, I wouldn't say it's like Counter-Strike in that way, but it feels very much like I went back and forth, and there's some weird controller issue where there's stick drift in the game, but not as a result of your controller. It's just kind of like there's jank in it. It's a janky fucking game. But it's really, really cool. I'm really into it. Way more into it than I ever thought I would be. I thought I would kind of put this down kind of immediately, but I got sucked into the world and kind of the environment and the vibe and the atmosphere. Like the sound design of this game is really fucking good. Like it's top tier shit. And I've seen a lot of people being like, oh, I've seen some people out there being like, this is like a Cyberpunk on PS4 level broken. No. No, don't get it twisted. It's not finished and there's a lot of work to be done, but it's nowhere near unplayable, or it's nowhere near like that disastrous.
Locke was saying, I was listening, he was just on Summon Sign talking about Stalker, and I was listening to it on my drive home yesterday. One of the big things about the Stalker games is this AI system called A-Life, which has been in the previous ones. And so one of the big things of this game is A-Life 2.0, which is basically a simulation of the different factions taking over different areas and how the different like animals, like wildlife and stuff, like packs of dogs killing people or whatever. Apparently it just doesn't work in Stalker 2 right now. Like this big system for the game, they're like, oh, it's in there. It just doesn't work right. So apparently one of the main tenets of the Stalker series does not work.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
am waiting until that works.
That's fair. Yeah. I haven't noticed that. It's still very competent and it works. I don't even know what that would really, I don't even know what that working would entail necessarily.
Well, that's what Locke said. Locke said that there's a lot of new people that have never played Stalker. They're like, oh, this is really sweet. It's almost, he's described it kind of like Far Cry with the different areas and how you explore the map. He's like, most people don't, the new players have no idea that there's this entire system in the game that's not working. And so the old Stalker fans are like, what the fuck? Why isn't this doing what it's supposed to? So
yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I'm into it so far. I'm sure like I didn't even know about that. Stalker has been so outside of my peripheral vision. Like I kind of didn't even really consider playing this until I saw so many people talking about it. I was just like, yeah, you know what? Fine. I have to look into that AI system. I did notice, I'll say one like kind of really fun encounter that I had. Like I was kind of exploring and I found that this like almost like this factory with like this underground kind of tunnel with like a bunch of loot in it. And it's like, and so I went down there. It's like there wasn't anybody around. I went down there, snuck past some weird anomaly things, and then looted a chest. And then the second I looted the chest, I hear like gunfire like rattling through, and it really echoes through locations really kind of realistically. Like it really sounded like a dingy kind of cinder block underground tunnel. And I was like, ooh, what the fuck is going on? And I was freaking the fuck out because I didn't see anybody around me. I was hearing all this gunfire. And it turned out that there were two factions at the entrance just duking it out while I was like underground, like looting. And it was really fucking, and I just went up there and like picked off the last like two people. And at that moment I was like, this is cool, man. Playing that game with headphones is really something too. But I'm really liking Stalker 2. I think I'm going to stick with it. It's a big ass game though. Like that map is huge. I don't know. I can't, if I finish it, I'll be astonished. But something else I kind of jumped into, which, you know, was kind of a random moment of like, you know what, I should check this game out, is Blood Omen Legacy of Kain. So this is the first Legacy of Kain game. I really love Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. That's one of my favorite games. Probably, it's definitely one of my definitely top 5 PS1 games, and it's definitely like my top 20 games of all time. I love Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, but I never actually played like the original Blood Omen games. Like they kind of passed me by. I didn't really know about them, and so they came to PS Plus Classics, and so they're available to play. And so I was like, oh, I should check this out. I'm about 2 hours into this one. I don't know how I feel about it. It's very different. This is not Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. This is a very, very different beast. It's almost like it's like a top-down Zelda quality to it that's kind of like mixed with like a Diablo. It kind of reads like top-down Zelda mixed with like Diablo presentation. It's like a dungeon crawler, and there's like a lot of strange mechanics that it's not very well explained to you. And there's a lot of input delay in like just like the UI, which is kind of, I don't know. It's definitely a sign of the time. It's definitely an old game, and it feels like an old game. And I really like the environments and the narration and the production value from like a story perspective. There's a lot of cool stuff going on, but it is kind of a chore to navigate these menus, and like there's no iconography at all. Like there's no like X does this, triangle does that. I don't even think you can find out. I don't even think there's like a screen in the game that tells you what the controls are. It feels like the game is grounded in the reality of like
it would be in the instruction
manual.
setting up.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, but it's that's exactly right. That's probably where it is. But it feels like the game itself wants to be a very, very immersive kind of thing where it's like they don't want to take you out of it at all. Even to the point where like the pause menu is this animated kind of thing. Kind of brings me back to Borderlands 3 when like the menus in that game ran at like 10 frames a second.
The worst.
It kind of gives that feeling where the menus are not super responsive because there's so much production value put into it. And it is really, it's cool to look at from a historical perspective, but it is kind of getting on my nerves in a way that like I don't know if I have the fortitude to do it, which is a shame because I think narratively what's going on is really fucking cool. Like the storytelling and like the cutscenes and the way that everything's kind of grounded is really dope for a PS1 game. Like the presentation's awesome, but I also feel like it kind of it's like style over function in some way. So I'm kind of having a tough time going through it. Maybe I'll get back to it. I don't know. I'm definitely still excited for Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, but
yeah, that's later.
Those are the only two things.
It's in December.
Yeah, December. It's around the time the Game Awards happen, I think. So, yeah, but that's really the main things that I'm playing. I did do those Astrobot time trials, and fuck that climbing level. I hate the climbing.
Oh, the last one. Yeah, it was. I had to actually go into the accessibility options and turn off motion controls because you're supposed to like gesture with the controls to like, and so you can turn it so you just use the left stick. And it makes it a lot easier.
Dude, I didn't even know you could do that. I had to muscle through that thing, like doing this like a freak. And I was so upset. It was like the worst. I hated that mechanic in the original Astrobot 2, to be fair. But yeah. So I did those. I'm still playing some other things in the background. Like obviously I was still playing Call of Duty for a while. And I'm going to get back to Call of Duty as well once I have got to make some more space. Maybe I should just expand my space on my computer. I haven't done that in a while. But yeah, that's it so far for me.
Dude, the Pro has so much space. I never maxed out the space on my PS5, and I will never get close to maxing out the space on my Pro because it shows you the little line, like the module of how much space you've taken, and it's like 200 gigs or whatever. And I think I have like 9 or 10 games on my console, but it's not the games as a service. It's not these big chonkers.
Yeah.
So
that is the best part of the Pro so far for me. Is just the hard drive space and like not having to compromise and not having to delete anything because I do play a lot of those games. Like I've had to delete Destiny 2 from my console like a million times, and now I don't have to. You know what I mean? So, yeah, cool. I can just leave it there, and it's not gonna eat the entire hard drive. Great.
Dustin, what are you playing?
Yeah, well, I should have wrote this in here. I didn't think about it, but I did want to tell you guys my thoughts on PS5 Pro.
Yeah, good.
Now that I've had one for a bit,
regale us.
I've tried a slew of different games just to see, how the patches are, and I think the biggest one, of course, and I'm not the first person to say this, is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which looks night and day. It looks gorgeous on it. I was just running around in the open world, looks insanely crisp, runs really well. Another one that people aren't really talking about that has a really good pro patch is Silent Hill. Resident Evil 4 Remake, which I went in, I turned it on quality mode with ray tracing, and the new TV I have, if you open up the game mode, you can see the frames. It was like 85 frames a second. So it looked amazing. So there are definitely some really good patches that, while they're not of use to me at this moment, it's very promising that games, especially when they're made for, in tandem with a pro patch, I guess it wouldn't be a patch, but with a pro mode, are going to be really great. There are, of course, some examples that aren't so good either. I booted up Alan Wake 2. It's been a while since I've played it, but it basically looked how I remembered it.
Alan Wake 2 and Silent Hill 2 are supposed to be botched right now.
Yes.
Botch job.
Yeah, well.
Botched toe. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, my thoughts overall is that I'm excited for it for future games, And even right now, like I'm playing Metaphor, and I can definitely notice that the frame rate is very consistent and is better than on the base. So it is even paying off now. Silent Hill 2, you're right, it was very bad when it first came out with like bad like shimmering on like puddles, and PSSR made it look grainy. They have since gone and I think removed PSSR and they put FSR back in, and it is better. I would say it's to my understanding, because I didn't play it pre-patch, or I didn't play it on the base console. The Pro patch is now as good as the base console, but it is not better, I don't think. Which is disappointing. When I first booted up Silent Hill 2, I was running it off my disc and I was canceling the patch and playing the 1.0 version, because that, I think technically, is the best version of the game that you can get on PlayStation, is the unpatched non-pro update, but running on a pro for better frame rates. So initially I was playing the game like that, and then they updated the update, and so I decided to go for it, and I'm glad I did, because here's the thing. Chris, you played Silent Hill 2 Remake, right? Have you touched it at all?
I haven't touched it on. I played a little bit of it on the Pro, but like I'm blind with these types of games for some reason. Like I still like Alan Wake 2 and Silent Hill. Just like I have a blindness issue with those games for some reason.
Yeah. Well, I think too that I didn't really notice anything until, because I was indoors after I did the patch, and I didn't notice that it looked a little weird until I was outside. Because indoors, I think it looked fine. But on the unpatched version, when you get hurt in Silent Hill 2, there's like a really annoying, obnoxious red border.
Oh, really?
That you cannot turn off on the unpatched version, but you can in the patch version. Because, dude, there's times where I have no health, or like no potions, not potions, but like an energy drink or whatever for him to drink. And there's just this annoying border. And so in the update, I'm able to fix that. So anyway, before I talk more about Silent Hill 2, PS5 Pro, I don't really have anything to say that people haven't said. 2 out of 10 PS5 owners are going to really notice the difference. And those 2 out of 10 PS5 owners will upgrade as expected.
Why not 1 out of 5? Why wouldn't you reduce the fraction?
I don't know. It sounds better in my head. 2 out of 10.
Fair enough. Okay.
1 out of 5.
Right.
There's 2 T's in that.
Right.
I think because I was thinking of the percent where they said 20% of PS4 owners got a PS4 Pro, right?
Yeah, it was higher than we thought when the numbers came out.
I think this will end up ultimately the same way. And I don't feel like you need to feel like you're missing out if you don't have a PS5 Pro at this moment. Maybe when we get some future games, there could be some bigger leaps. Unfortunately, right now, the biggest leaps are probably on games you have already played. If you're the type of gamer that wants to buy one of these, that means you're probably playing new releases. So you're already done with Final Fantasy. You're already done with Resident Evil 4 or Spider-Man or whatever. The real patches that do a lot of good stuff is just not for you right now if you already played them. So, and the anniversary, very nice. Very nice unboxing experience. The comes with like a nice poster on the inside. And the console looks great. I got one of the later units, like in the last 1,000. Some people really care about the number. I don't give a fuck, but I thought I'd mention it.
Wait, real quick. This is an inquiry later in the show, but we'll just use it now. So one of the 6 inquiries that would be at the end of the audience, we'll just throw it in here. T-Dot's Finest 82 wrote in, because I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, so we might as well get into it. Hey, gents, I keep hearing from all corners of video game internet that Sony views themselves as the Apple of video games. If they truly want the status, the unboxing experience of the PS5 Pro is just not allowed to happen. Apple spends untold billions to make sure the unboxing experience of all their products makes you feel like you're opening something special. Opening the PS5 Pro felt like I was opening the box of a $20 toaster. How is this allowed to happen? If for no other reason than pride, don't you want your most loyal, highest spending customers to feel good about their purchases? Or am I making a mountain out of a molehill? No, you're not. I mean, it's cool that the anniversary edition is great, but the unboxing of the PS5 Pro is very underwhelming and doesn't feel like, listen, man, I get it. You shave off a few grams of weight off of each of these boxes and you're saving a lot of money in shipping. you make the box a little smaller, you put one fewer cardboard insert, you have a little bit less weight here and all this kind of stuff, but it's too micromanaging. And he's right. If you want to be treated like an Apple, then you have to not care about that shit. You know, I buy the iPhone fucking SE with a button on it still, and I open it and it's got that beautiful box made in, made or designed in California. Open it, it's got all these things. You pull it apart and the thing comes out, and they care about their lowest product, like the product that fucking grandmas and Colin buy, and then the PS5 Pro, this expensive $700 kit comes in. I'm picking it up and just ripping because it's a fucking sleeve around a box that's just this box. It's light, it's flimsy, and then it comes with this little thing around it.
Yeah,
it's a little weird. And you know what? The reason I wanted to bring this up too, and why I had T-Dot's thing in here, and it wasn't even about the PS5 Pro, I didn't know we were going to talk about that, was because when I bought the 30th anniversary controller, I'm like, are you kidding me with this thing? Like, I don't know what I'm expecting, but I'm expecting more than what you're doing. These are expensive electronics. I'm not buying some fucking Temu Leapfrog cartridge or something. Like, I don't know. So yeah, I think T-Dot's onto something, and it's good, at least, Dustin, to your point, that it was a much better experience with the anniversary collection or the anniversary edition, because I was surprised. I was like, this is so shitty. And I felt the same way about the PSVR 2 as well.
I mean, the base PS5 also didn't have, like, dude, it kind of is embarrassing. I'm in 100% agreement. Like, if you want to be the Apple of this space, like, you really gotta, the unboxing experience, I get it, is not really like that. It's not the thing that you pay for, but it helps. It changes the way you feel about something. At least it's a first impression thing. Like, your first impression of a machine should be positive. And I think that's why Apple excels. And to be honest, like, dude, Sony has the worst unboxing experience of any of these products. Like, when I got my Series X for the first time and I opened in that clamshell and it was like suspended in the foam, like, that shit was dope. And I even remembered getting I had a Microsoft Surface kind of tablet computer back in the day that had one of the nicest boxes I've ever fucking seen. Yeah, my
Microsoft laptop came in a really nice box. Nice experience. You open it up, you take it out of the little styrofoam sleeve and all the rest. This is the thing, Chris, and this is what Moore's Law was saying about when I was talking to him on PS Plus or on Sacred Plus about just the little accoutrements. He was talking specifically about how they realized that they could have done something to the core PS5 that would have cost them like $10 or $15 per unit, and they opted not to do it, and it became a really big mistake. I can't remember what it was. Something. And I was like, dude, I understand the nickel and diming, $15, $10 a unit, but you're talking about $1 or $2 per unit to make a box that doesn't fucking. Did you see how that thing ripped? It's barely paper.
Right.
Like, just spend a little bit more. Are you kidding? Just it's not like it's not a new piece of tech in the machine. It's fucking cardboard. It's it's an industrial designer and package designer sitting down and being like, let's make a really cool experience. We could probably do it for literally $1.50 a unit. Instead of it's like, no, but we spent 75 cents a unit. It's like, cool. Great job. I think it matters because it's like, it's like buying a new car in some sense. Like, that whole experience, a lot of that comes, it's like the trappings of it, not just getting the item, but the trappings of it, the smell of the car, the low mileage, like someone driving around with you and when you first get it to show you how everything works and all the rest. We just did that at Subaru with a car, and it's like, that made us feel good, about the experience. So I don't know if it matters. And by the way, that's a huge disruption to what you were saying, Dustin, but I thought it was germane since we were talking about it now.
Well, to add to it, just like it's clear the unboxing experience of the anniversary console is so good that it's like, man, all the R&D for unboxing experiences for PlayStation went towards this, because it's a giant box that you lift off the top, and the PS5 is just there, standing vertically with nothing around it. I mean, it's got the little clear plastic on it, but it just, you lift it up, it's presented, looks majestic. You pull off this box in the back that has all the here's your controller, here's the DualSense Edge, here's the charger. And dude, the cardboard box, it is very hard, sturdy, heavy cardboard. It is the nicest box probably I've ever gotten. So it's just weird that it would make sense. $1,000 bundle, it should come in a very nice box. But also, it's a $700 PS5 Pro for anyone who gets a standard one. Just step it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like, dude, I when I opened my PS5 Pro, like it really felt like I got it from Ralph's, you know, or something like that. I was like, this is crazy. This is it's like a rice cooker.
Yeah, exactly. He said it perfectly. It's like a $20 toaster. It's perfect.
Yeah, 100%.
Perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
Something that Amazon cares so little about, they send it in like an envelope, like one of those those paper envelopes that encompasses it.
Yeah, like where they send cables.
Right. Exactly. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Well, I'll briefly touch for Silent Hill 2. I am playing the remake. I don't know. I'm decently far into it. I really like it so far, like way more than I expected that I would. It looks, it's weird. If you look past some of the weird visual glitches, overall, it is a very beautiful game. It's definitely very different from the original, particularly because of the perspective change from a over the top to third person, much more in line with the Resident Evil remakes. But it's very creepy, very unsettling game. And I almost have to take breaks. Like I'll play for 45 minutes for an hour and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to chill out for a little bit and watch a YouTube video just because it can be pretty intense. So I'm enjoying it. I'll have more to say as I go on with it. And then with Metaphor, I am almost done with the third dungeon now. So I'm really trucking through and I'm very much enjoying it. Since the second dungeon, I would say the game has really picked up for me. So excited to play more. But other than those two things, and of course I'm still playing Call of Duty, just kind of doing the same old for now.
All right. Bioshocking the World wrote in. Said, hey, Secret Crew, this question is mainly for Dustin. Would you consider the Persona series and Metaphor as an anime? I understand it's a game, but honestly, I'm sitting with my controller on my lap most of the time watching anime cutscenes. Technically, I've watched a full anime season at this point, so what does the weeb think about this? Can I add Persona and Metaphor as anime I've watched?
No. It's a video game. Here's the we were talking about Game Awards and the different clarifications of stuff. It's like, let your video games be games. Let your anime be anime. Is it very anime adjacent? Does it have anime cutscenes in it? Sure, he referenced that. But it's not anime. You have to play it. You can't just watch it. So, no. You have not watched the anime Metaphor. You have played the game. And that's okay. I just don't know why you would have to feel to make that classification. You know, it's a game. If you want to watch some anime, though, I can hit you up with some recommendations. No. Colin, would you consider that you've watched the anime Metaphor ReFantasio?
No, but no, it's not the same. But it is. I don't want to say excessive because I like the story, but it's a lot. It's out. I mean, I've watched more. I would say I've watched this as comparable to me watching Castlevania on Netflix at this point. Like with the amount of, there are literally, like I said, hour, 90 minute, 2 hours of doing almost nothing, but watching people talk like multiple times. So
right.
I don't know if you're that far in the game yet, if you've experienced any of that stuff, but there might be as I said last week, like if you count a 2 hour period, it's like cutscenes, maybe a boss fight, and then just cutscenes. And that will take 2 hours. There's no joke.
Yeah.
Like, so I totally understand what he's saying, but it's not the same, obviously.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I totally get what he's saying. Eventually, they'll probably make a Metaphor adaptation with anime because they always do that with Persona games. I would expect this to be the same. And if you watch that, then yes, you can say you've watched the anime Metaphor. But until then, just let it be a game.
There is a Persona 4 anime, right?
There's two. Because they did a regular one and then they did a golden version as well.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, the golden one I think covers, like, it's almost supplemental to the original. Like, it covers different stuff in it. It's been a long time since I watched it, but it's a good adaptation. The Persona 5 one I started, and it's so beat for beat that I was good. Like, I feel I had already experienced it. So, and there's a near one now too, but I haven't seen that.
All right, we're back for the news. I forgot to tell you guys this. I made my monthly marijuana order today for medical marijuana, But I was talking to a guy there, and I realized that they have like a rewards program, and I just never knew that. So I have like several $1,000s worth of rewards.
Whoa.
Oh. What do you mean? Like, what are the rewards for that? Is it just more weed, I guess?
Yeah, like you just use them as money. It's like 100 points is like $5 or something, like some weird
Right,
currency.
so it's like flyer miles, basically.
Right. Because then I discovered this, like I was emailing with them back and forth because I had like a busted vape cartridge, and they're like, oh, okay, so do you want your money back or do you want to just take the points? And I'm like, well, what are you talking about, the points? And they're like, oh yeah, we have like a rewards program. You have, it's like, it was like 35,000 points or something like that. I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah. So I'm like, just give me points. And then I called them back and they're like, yeah, you just have to put in the little field, like use your whatever points you want. And so I got like an insane order today for totally for free. And then the guy handed it to me and he just walked away. He's like, all right, thanks. And handed it to me. I'm like, wait a minute, your tip, my friend, sir. He just thought I was going to leave him high and dry.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave him high.
Colin,
I'm not going to leave him dry. Yeah.
I will never forget one of the first times we hung out was Ben and I in your apartment in Santa Monica. And we were talking about our weed delivery. And you're like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. I could have had you taken care of. And you opened up a drawer beside your couch and it was filled with pre-rolls and other various I guess it's not paraphernalia, but just product.
Yeah, because what was that service called in California? Ease,
that's it.
And it was like a delivery service. It's everything's legal there. Marijuana's legal there, and they had a really generous rewards program, like for getting new people to try it. And so I used to I don't know if you guys remember, I used to just tweet out the code, and I like never ever paid for weed. Like it was crazy how much, and that was why that all came from. Just order it, just throw it in a fucking drawer somewhere. What else was I just love
that it was in the drawer beside the couch. You just open it up, and it was like Pulp Fiction when they opened the thing. It was like, oh.
All right, let's get into the news. There are 4 items. There were only 2 items until. Oh, you used the wrong field.
About not putting the timestamp in the chat. Give me this one.
Yeah, that's fine. You can have that one. No, it's totally fine. I actually did it. What we're talking about, you will not see this at home, is that we have a chat, and then there's a footnote field as well, and you have to select between the two. And we use footnotes to keep the timestamps. And every once in a while, Dustin will hit the chat instead.
Right. Well, it's always after we start a new recording because it sets back to chat.
Right. Exactly. Yep. That's exactly right. And I learned that myself the hard way. It wasn't that hard. It was just a way that I learned it.
Yeah.
Chris, you know what? Mike and I were sharing how much we love. There's a scene in Seinfeld with Peterman that she's the first person I ever knew who like really appreciated this scene like I did. When Elaine does something for him and she's at his desk and he's like, Elaine, that's a job done. Instead of well done or like a good job or whatever.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that. So I was like, so for me, that was definitely a job done.
That was a job, certainly.
That's a job done.
Yeah, it's so
Dude, his performance is perfect in that show.
It is. His deliveries are like absolutely. He's one of the great characters on Seinfeld, Jay Peterman. Like, just fucking hysterical. Yeah, and I was just thinking about that lately because I was like, that was definitely a job done. And she's the first person I've ever said that to who knew the reference, because I've said that to so many people in my life. Like, that's a job done.
Yeah, without the exact inflection of the way that he says it, I don't know if I would pick up on it either.
Yeah,
I'm very familiar with that show.
All right, let's get into the news. I've pontificated enough. Number 1, fresh reporting out of Japan from publication Bloomberg indicates Sony is indeed actively working on a portable iteration of its PlayStation 5 console. The report reads in part, quote, the product is aimed at expanding Sony's reach and contending with Nintendo for the portable gaming market, according to people familiar with its development. It would also counter any potential mobile hardware from Xbox maker Microsoft, which is working on prototypes in this category as well. Sony's portable device is likely years away from launch, and the company could still decide against bringing it to market, end quote. While this isn't the first reporting about an upcoming PlayStation handheld, friend of the show Moore's Law is Dead first broke news regarding a handheld nearly a year ago. This is the first time we've had categorical reporting that the handheld is actually a PlayStation 5. In other words, it's not a third dedicated PlayStation handheld like Vita or PSP, nor is it something like a weaker portable PS4. We've long said on this show that Sony ceding the handheld market to Nintendo without any sort of fight was peculiar. And while Nintendo proved the market viability of a hybrid approach to game development, it was Valve's Steam Deck and like-minded PC-centric handhelds that prove the power could be there too. And with the Switch now creeping up on 150 million units sold lifetime, and with the Switch successor reportedly mere months away from launch, it's fairly obvious demand for a similar approach in the PlayStation ecosystem would be high. PlayStation 5 itself recently passed 65 million units sold as of the end of the past September, and its experimental handheld accessory Portal is proving to be a huge hit, with Sony selling each and every one it can make more than a year out from release. And it's likewise safe to assume that any sort of push for a for a third dedicated handheld is long dead and buried at Sony too, and has been for years. 2004's and 2005's PlayStation Portable sold 80 million units, but was an emulation machine for many people. And 2011's and 2012's Vita barely reached 20 million units sold after a decade. So that's a dead end anyway. The real question then is what this means for the potential longevity of this generation we're currently in, and what a handheld PS5 could mean for the PlayStation 6 itself, since it was once widely assumed the handheld rumors could circulate around a day-and-date approach with PS6, wherein both a home console and handheld would be available immediately. Angel de Jesus de Jesus wrote in and said, hello, turkey legs. With the new PlayStation Portable system rumored again and being said to be years away, why have it only play PS5 games and down? Wouldn't it make more sense to have it launch with the PS6 and be a portable PS6? Just have it be what the Series S is to the X in terms of power, but portable. Doesn't make sense to me to release it so close to the PS6, but not be able to play PS6 games. Anyway, have a happy Thanksgiving. This is quite the conundrum. This is very interesting. So again, to remind people over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia, I have an extensive tech-laden conversation with Moore's Law is Dead, friend of the show, tech expert, about this. And we get into a lot of the different things, but I'm very curious what you guys think about this and what comes to mind for you first. So Dustin, let's go to you. We have some verification here now. Again, we knew a portable was in the works. It's a PS5. What say you?
Yeah, well, it's definitely interesting that it's a PS5 and not a PS4 like we had originally discussed. And bringing PS6 into it definitely is a huge question mark. I think that one factor of it is, if you think about the PS5's life so far, we are still not as many, but still getting many PS4 games. For example, the new Call of Duty, also out on PS4. And while that I think is a reasonable thing to be annoyed about in some ways, I think there also is an element that just games are much more scalable now than they used to be. So creating a PS4 version that is lower resolution, lower frame rate, with different aspects of it toned down, I think is probably easier than it used to be. So I could see a situation around the PlayStation 6 where we still have a long life of cross-gen games that just are much better on PlayStation 6, and PlayStation 5 is a lower tier. And I think that that's probably where this thing could slot in, is we see a long cross-gen period once again. And then for your PlayStation 6 only games, they all can be streamed to it, much like the Portal. There could be an element too. I mean, if this would be very Xbox-like with the Series X and S, that they say there are no exclusives to the PlayStation 6. They just are they're all cross-gen. They work on PS5 and PlayStation 6. It's just it would almost be like a PlayStation 5 Pro, I guess. I don't think that's likely, but I could see that being a possibility as well. I'm really excited to see Sony do this, and I think that the landscape of handhelds is really interesting overall. I think for a long time, the common thought was, well, if you're going to have a handheld, it needs to be small and portable. Think of, PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita, stuff like that. That was in that time frame. And then with the Switch being much larger, and no one seemed to really have a problem with that. And now the Steam Deck, which the Steam Deck is huge. I would say I don't want to say relatively small, but some of these other PC handhelds are chonkers. These are big boys. And I'm sure it's a detriment to some people, but people don't seem to really mind the size. So I think with that, you have a lot more area to make something that could be, or I guess if this reporting is true, is as big and as powerful, not as big, but as powerful as a PlayStation 5 to fit within a shell that would be big enough to house that. I'm sure right now that it's certainly a matter of waiting for the chip that is power efficient enough and affordable enough. And so they can kind of start designing these things as they wait for the price of the silicon and the power efficiency to get there. So with both PlayStation and Xbox entering and re-entering the handheld race and seeing the path that Nintendo has gone, and with PC, we're looking at a very handheld, maybe not centric, but handheld focused future. And it's very intriguing. I'm very curious what it will do for the Japanese market for PlayStation, where Nintendo has totally dominated on the fact that it's so small and so portable, being a big aspect of what the Japanese market really wants. Could this make PlayStation a much bigger player once again in that space? Not that they're a small player, but certainly they've seceded so much.
They're a diminishing player in Japan for sure.
Exactly.
So I saw Dragon Quest 3 outsold the Switch version outsold the PS4/5 version, whatever, in Japan, like 8-1, something like that.
Yeah, I believe that. So it's very curious how things are changing so rapidly through just, like you said in the write-up, both the Switch and the Steam Deck. Those kind of 1-2 punches have really changed things going forward.
What do you have to say, Chris?
Well, I mean, that was a lot of what I would have said. The main thing that I really want to focus on is that, like, this part of the question that says, like, well, why launch it with a PS6 if it's not going to play PS6 games? And it's like, you're not going to get a dedicated PS6 game until like 2034, my guy. Like, those days are over, dude. As far as we've seen, it's very clear that things are scalable. It's very clear that there's a demand for portable, high-end stuff. And I think it used to be the colloquial wisdom used to be like, oh, well, you need dedicated games for a handheld to sell. It's like, no, that's not really the case anymore. People just want their libraries on the go. People want the convenience of being able to invest in one machine and have that investment automatically double in their eyes to another piece of hardware that they might not have even been considering this entire time. It's like an inherent blowout of value, if you really think about it. That's kind of how I felt about the Steam Deck when I got it. I was like, oh, I don't know if I care necessarily about playing games on the go or like playing games portably, but to know that my entire library will follow me, that's enticing. No matter how you slice it. And so I think it's going to be a very interesting generation if this ends up coming to fruition. Obviously, Microsoft said they're working on this as well. I guess there's a possibility that doesn't happen, but like, I'm pretty pumped about this. I love, like, I really was not a handheld person. Like, the last handheld console that I really got into was the PSP and the Nintendo DS. And after that, like, I didn't care about the Vita, I didn't care about the 3DS. I was perfectly fine sticking with console. And the Steam Deck really opened my eyes to a lot of this stuff. And so I'm really stoked about the future if this is the direction that we're going, because it's just inherently a lot more interesting than what we've had in previous generations.
Yeah, I agree. I think this opens up a slew of complexities for Sony's strategy moving forward. And we talked a lot about this with Moore's Law, but just to get into some of it, there is a potential, like, what does this say about PlayStation 6? The one thing he was saying to me, based on his contacts, and he has a lot of great contacts in the industry, is like the PS6 is very real. Like, it's being made. It is happening. Like, and we know that intuitively but what I was saying to him, I was like, I wonder if this just means they're going to punt on that for a while. And he's like, no, I mean, they're making that too. So it does seem like we would enter potentially a generation, let's say it happens as soon as 2027 or 2028 when the PS6 comes, where there would maybe be PS4, PS5, and PS6 games, like, literally, that go between all three consoles. There are still tens of millions of people on PS4. Tom's of the mind, and I think he's right, that when the PS5 gets appropriately cheap, which it's starting to, and it's $380 now, at least for a period of time in the United States, which is by far the cheapest it's ever been. And so when it gets closer to that 300 level, I think people will start getting comfortable buying it. and moving over, that they're just kind of hanging on for monetary reasons. And it's about value. I talked about how in the PS3 era, I simply refused. I said this is someone who had access to PS3s through my job, so it was easy for me to say, but I'm like, I'm not paying any more than $300 for this. And so I had to wait till 2009 to buy one when it was $300. And there might be similar amounts of people that are waiting, but I wonder if prolonging the generation makes sense. Why not have a 10-year console generation?
Yeah.
And really wash the PS4 out and then move on to PS6 and keep the PS5 as your PS4, in other words. Dustin, what you were saying about, I mean, you were getting a little bit into this about kind of like the modularity of these different machines and how they can interact with each other. And one thing that Tom said that I thought was really interesting was, we've always looked at the Xbox Series X and the Xbox Series S as a really bad idea. And he was saying that the S is like ended up being like a really bad idea. But because it's the most amount of Xboxes are being sold as this really weak machine. You always have to cater to it. But he's like, the idea fundamentally isn't bad. The idea just has a poor baseline.
Right.
If you could raise the baseline to be the PS5, and he was saying that like we are nowhere near unlocking the power of just the core PS5. And he was saying that we might never really unlock it because things are moving so fast that no one has to really dwell on the machine. Like they did say with the PS3. I mean, look at Resistance, Fall of Man, and The Last of Us. We always say that it's incredible that these are like on the same console, you know.
It's insane.
It's really remarkable, but it does mix things up a little bit. Here was what my thought was on this. And again, there's no evidence of this, but what if they really are making a Switch-like machine that really the handheld, maybe it is a PS6 and maybe it's you dock it. Or maybe there is a dockable PS5 or something like that where you don't have to necessarily double dip and it is more catered to a second screen experience. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's even likely, but I think that there are a lot of options in the works for them and it's exciting. But I do think that my theory of the case has been right for a long time. And people that have listened to the show for a long time know that I've been saying this forever, which is like, I've always found it very weird that Sony just was like, we're not fighting on this front. They wanted to kill the Vita as soon as 2016. They really couldn't, and for a bunch of different reasons. And they just didn't seem interested. And it seemed like Switch and Nintendo just kind of beat them. And I was always like, what are you doing? Why are you just giving them the space? And I really do believe that the Steam Deck was seminal in convincing them that it didn't have to be some little Fisher Price toy, frankly. Like the Super Switch is going to be less powerful than the PS5 base console, having come out 4.5 years later. So it's easy to kind of have weaker tech and then work with the times to get it into a smaller package. But when you're dealing with cutting edge tech, it becomes a much more difficult proposition. And I think that they looked at this and they're like, we can do this. Like, why couldn't we do this? And so I think they're where they need to be, but it's kind of late. Like, in my opinion, they should have had something. And I know it's easier said than done, but like forward-thinking people within that organization should have been like, we need to have a portable PS5. Let's figure it out. We are one of the most sophisticated tech houses in the entire world. We can't figure out how to make this happen. It seems unthinkable to me. The big question, of course, is going to be how much this thing is going to cost. And we have no idea what it can do or what it is, or if it's even the Pro inside of the body, you know, when it finally comes around, or if it's going to be this baseline PS5 and what they're going to do. But this thing's going to be expensive. But I think for me as a gamer and someone who's traveled extensively around the country and the world, this makes me want reopens my mind to that. It's so funny how little simplistic things can be like, oh yeah, like a 18-hour flight to Japan. It's like, who gives a shit if I have my PS5, you know, and I'm not on my phone or on some bootleg old machine, or I don't have to play my Switch or whatever, but I can play like the thing I really want to play. I feel like I'm not losing anything. That means something to me as a consumer. So I'm excited, but it's years away, might not come to market. But I love the continued reporting that is bringing this more into focus about what this actually is. Because when Tom first reported on all this stuff last year, it was like, well, what is it? And now we know. It's like, no, it is what you would hope, which is, dude, a portable PS4 would be sick. So the fact that there's like a portable PS5 is like, or will be, or could be, or hopefully will be.
Well, dude, arguably the Steam Deck is the portable PS4
Sure.
with like the amount of games that have the amount of exclusives that have kind of poured over to there. That's the big thing for me. It's just like, dude, you can play God of War on this thing. It's crazy. It's nuts. It's really cool. Like this is an exciting time, I think. Or like we're on the precipice of a form of the industry that I think is going to be very, very, very stimulating to pay attention to. And the fact that Xbox is apparently like in this fight too is very, very cool. Like I've been wanting a portable Xbox forever. First off, like it's also something that like I'm surprised they didn't get to sooner. I guess they were scared off by like the Vita plummeting or something maybe, but like it would have been wise in my opinion. And you are right that they are so late that like it's just going to be interesting because Nintendo and Valve are kind of ahead in this weird way.
Yeah, I think they probably didn't understand the urgency of it. Because they've had so many. The Vita was soft, obviously. The stuff with Ericsson back in the day was really soft. Like when they tried to do mobile gaming, they can't get their mobile initiative off the ground in any meaningful way. And I think it probably wasn't until Backbone and then obviously Portal where they have all this telemetry where they're like, holy shit, like there are a lot of people that are using this thing. And I think it's clearer than ever that Portal is an experimental device to just see. And it feels like that. It's like an Android tablet with a fucking controller wrapped around it, basically. We saw from the guys at Google that hacked it that showed like they can reduce it and they hacked it in like 2 seconds and then they didn't release the vulnerability and told Sony about it. We reported on that at the time. So this thing was kind of half baked, but I think what they're finding is that, yeah, this is an engagement machine. Now imagine if we could have the ultimate engagement machine where you don't have to let anything go. You can just have the whole thing in your hand on a fucking plane flying over the Atlantic Ocean or in your bedroom or in a car or whatever. I think that's remarkable stuff. So I'm excited to see more about it, but it's weird that I feel like Valve gave them permission in some sense when it really should have been Nintendo that gave them permission to be like, there's something to this. In 2017, I would have been like, well, what are we doing with this? Like, certainly it's not, the Vita is not the answer. We get that. Certainly the unfortunate answer is we have to extricate ourselves from having 2 lines of games and just fold it all together. Just like we are with the PS4 and the PS5, just like we are with the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, and so on and so forth, modularity. But it's fascinating that if they do keep it on this trajectory and we do get a machine like a new PS6 in 27 or 28, which I think a lot of people think is going to happen, you might have, I think you're right, Chris, that like there will be no exclusives. It's going to be about, will the game run at 120 frames 4K or will it run at 60 frames for 1440?
Yeah.
Or maybe even run at 30 frames 1080 on your PS4. Like think about a game like The Show. It's interesting because we've never really been in that position.
No.
Never.
Yeah. I think it's going to be more about PlayStation exclusives, period. Not that it's going to be like, not that it's necessarily going to be marketed. I think you're still going to have like PS6 box art and stuff, but I do think, it's going to be more about like, this is exclusive to our platform and it's exclusive to our machines. And it's going to be like a tiered system at a certain point, which is interesting.
And I also just think, and I've said this before, I mean, this is kind of not, it's a little apropos of nothing right now, but I just think Sony's PC gaming experiment has kind of proven that the Venn diagram isn't that overlapped and that these are 2 different groups of people and that the diminishing returns that Steam is showing Sony is simply the lack of novelty. That's why Days Gone was one of the biggest sellers, not because it's the best game, but because it was a Sony game and everyone's like, what? It's the exact argument I make about Halo coming to PlayStation. People will buy it by the millions because it's fucking weird. And I think that there's just some sort of, there's something telling me that though they're trying to spread the field, like Horizon on Switch, mobile gaming initiatives, PC games, everything's kind of just squaring right back to PlayStation. It's not hurting them. It might not be helping them really either. Like it's marginal money probably on the edges, but I think it's pretty clear that this experiment has actually worked and reinforced the idea that these are different audiences. So go get them as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
All right. We'll keep an eye on that story. I doubt we'll hear much more about it anytime soon, but number 2, Last week, we discussed extensively the recent news that Sony was reportedly interested in purchasing Japanese media conglomerate Kadokawa Corporation in what would be the biggest M&A deal in Sony's long history. And indeed, Kadokawa itself confirmed the anonymous reports themselves with a regulatory filing that Sony was indeed interested. This left us wondering what the nature of the deal could be, what may be motivating Sony, and what Kadokawa itself could be looking for. And recent reporting from Bloomberg's Japanese branch shines a lot of light on the situation. Here's how part of the story reads, quote, Kadokawa Corp., publisher of everything from anime to manga to adult magazines, last week declared it had received a formal expression of interest from Sony. It was the latest development in a long-running back and forth between the two entertainment giants. They've been testing the waters for a potential combination for years, but never quite resolved differences over the degree of commitment. Tokyo-based Kadokawa wants its city neighbor to buy it entirely or not at all, while Sony has long sought to surgically extract assets related to anime and video games. The fact that the two are now at a formal stage of negotiation is very encouraging. Both sides might actually be ready to get serious and thrash out a deal, end quote. I love, English is probably not their first language. It's hash out a deal, but it does say thrash out in the actual story.
Thrash it out.
Yeah, but thrash out something. I mean, we'll see what happens. All right, so where am I here? Bloomberg notes that Kadokawa has had other suitors over the years, including both Microsoft and Tencent, and it should come as no surprise that South Korean firm Kakao Corp., which currently controls 8% of Kadokawa shares, the most of any single entity, is also interested. Tencent itself holds 6.8% of the beast in modern Japan. It holds the rights to more than, I keep skipping lines. Tencent itself holds 6.8% of the company, while Sony holds 2%. The article argues in part that, quote, Kadokawa, established in 1945, is a rare beast in modern Japan. It holds the rights to more than 100,000 anime-friendly fantasy and sci-fi novels and comics, and it has the capabilities to create anime series from scratch. Beyond that, it has broad and deep connections within the country's creative sector, making it easy to attract award-winning artists. And lest we forget, because Sony certainly hasn't, Kadokawa holds stakes in highly reputable game studios, including Elden Ring developer From Software, end quote. Indeed, Bloomberg notes that an anonymous Japanese investor said that fully a third of Kadokawa's purchasing price would likely be necessary to cover the value of FromSoft itself. Remember, Kadokawa owns 70% of From, a majority share. Sony owns 14%. This would bring Sony up to 84% upon a potential acquisition, allowing Sony to fully freeze out the other major shareholder, which is Chinese firm Tencent through its Sixjoy affiliate, holding 16%. Though even Bloomberg agrees with us that it's highly unlikely FromSoft would ever be asked to make PlayStation exclusive games. Instead, quote, Sony knows how much more you can make from content if you own it. The company is the owner of the world's largest library of music master licenses, generating revenue every time a song is played. And in games, Nintendo pulls in a hefty amount of bonus revenue by licensing its game characters to filmmakers, merchandise purveyors, and theme park operators. End quote. Dustin, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that, you bring up that other companies, of course, were interested. I wonder if this is a situation where Kadokawa wants to be bought by Sony specifically and not have someone else come in and try to buy them.
Right. They said they confirmed here that Microsoft was sniffing around. So
right. Yeah. They might have the feeling in the air and they're like, okay, well, this is going to happen. Let's make it with the person we want, the company we want. Right. So it's interesting. Like you said at the beginning, the biggest M&A for Sony. And this ties into what we were saying last week about anime being a huge part of it. And I think, too, just cementing Sony as, what is the biggest company in Japan overall? Would it be Nintendo, Sony?
Sony's bigger than Nintendo, but let me look.
Yeah.
Biggest Japanese companies. Toyota is 1. Mitsubishi is 2. This is by market cap. Sony is 3. Hitachi is 4. Nintendo is 17.
Interesting. Nintendo is 17.
Nintendo's market cap is $66 billion. Sony's market cap is $119 billion.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense. Nintendo dominates Sony in a lot of different ways, but Sony's a big company. Sony makes movies, and owns Michael Jackson songs, and has a finance arm, and makes TVs, and of course they're going to be big. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So, I guess I wonder, it sounds like it's happening. These deals take a lot of time. So I wonder how soon this could happen. And then I guess the last thing I'll touch on is just I was, seeing that the confirmation that other people are like, yeah, FromSoft isn't going to become a PlayStation studio team. It makes sense for them to remain third party, and they can make all the money off of their stuff. But I still will stand by what I said last week, that I think that with that, I think Sony will say, hey, like, we want you, this game we want you to make for us. And then Elden Ring 2 everywhere. But like Bloodborne 2 or whatever, like a new series or something, let's make this exclusive to have a little bit of both.
What do you think, Chris? We have some updates here about the Kadokawa situation complex.
Yeah.
I think
it's interesting that they seem to be welcoming. They're clearly not opposed to the idea of being bought, and they clearly seem to have a preference as to where they want to go. It seems like they don't want to go with an American company. They don't want to go with a Chinese company. They figure like, let's get with Sony. I think that's kind of interesting. I guess this, to me, I don't know, because it's in such a weird kind of fractal kind of way. It's not like buying something in the context of FromSoft, I guess. It's not like Microsoft buying Bethesda. This is like kind of like it's more of a shareholder thing. It's more of like a how much do you own versus like other people. There's still other cooks in the kitchen. I think this is the area of business that I know the least about. You know what I mean? But I think it's interesting that they seem to be willing to do it, I guess, because I feel like there's a lot of fear in the air about like companies like kind of like not wanting to be bought, or like kind of like really, we want to stay independent and we want to like work with other people and all that stuff. And so to see a company just be like, yeah, let's figure it out. You know what I mean? I think that's the most interesting part of it to me. And I guess what happens with FromSoft, I'm not really that worried about. I kind of don't foresee them going exclusive. Granted, Sony has spoken the least about this, I guess. Microsoft has, had many opportunities to kind of talk about their strategy, and we've seen them kind of act in the past in a way that would kind of imply that if they got their hands on something, they would probably put it in as many places as they possibly could. We saw that earliest, I think, with Minecraft, where they were just like, no, we'll leave it out there. So they have more of a reliable history of keeping things multi-platform when the general culture feels like they should be. Sony has less of a track record of that. The only one that they really have is Bungie, to point to like that promise. But I still think like From Software is so big and so celebrated that locking them out of any audience would be like a suicide. Like it would just be such a bad move, to the point where I actually don't even know if they would ever really make an exclusive game for them again. I think they would just kind of take what they got, in the sense that they own it and just, be happy enough with that and not want to step on any toes. Could be wrong. We could see maybe Bloodborne 2 or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. This doesn't worry me. Again, we've said on the show before, I'm not huge on this. I don't love that this is the way that things are going, where everybody's got to merge, and that seems to be the path forward, where everybody has to join up with everybody, or else you'll get gobbled up by like some other corporation from some other country. I think it's a really lame system, and I think it's unfortunate that we found ourselves in this position, but it is the way that it's going to go. And I think these companies merging makes more sense and is a little bit less, strange than them merging with an American company or them merging with a Chinese company that nobody seems to trust.
Yeah, I think the Microsoft thing's interesting because they could very well look at even what happened to Tango and be like, well, look at these guys have no respect for like that studio.
Oh yeah,
what would they do to us? And why would you want to be with them? Not to be any disrespectful, but Microsoft can't do anything for Kadokawa because Kadokawa is not vertically aligned in a lot of different ways with the different pillars of Microsoft's business. They're not an entertainment company. So I think Sony kind of fits in best with Kadokawa. I'm not crazy about the deal either happening, just because I want more smaller decentralized companies, but that's just not the way it works. A lot of these companies want to sell, and that's their right to do, and they make a shit ton of money when they do it. I think the big thing here is how, if it happens, how it all kind of comes out, and if Sony has a plan to spin a lot of things off. Because one of the things I was reading that I think is interesting and it's important to note is Kadokawa itself is a very big company, and for as bad as Bungie fucked things up for Sony and continues to fuck things up for Sony, they're going to be so much more bought into Kadokawa, not only in money, but in terms of just headcount and all of these different arms going. And that's why I think Sony just doesn't want some of this shit. And I don't like, Sony doesn't want to print porn. You know, they don't want, not that, again, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like,
right.
They want just certain pieces of it. So it might be that they need to figure this out, being like, this is what we're going to pay for the entire unit. And then we're going to find it. We already have lined up. And this is maybe the complexity of it. Behind the scenes, we want 50% of this. And we're going to have this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy buy, you know, the books, the whatever we don't want, the magazines and all the kind of shit. I was even reading, what is that famous PlayStation magazine in Japan? It's like Dengeki PlayStation or whatever. Like Sony would own that if they bought Kadokawa, which is interesting. And that's like, so they own all sorts of things. So Sony would become one of the biggest publishers of books in the world if they bought Kadokawa. It's like this is well,
and they own Famitsu.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So it's like, I don't know that Sony knows what to do with these. I don't think that they want to do anything with them, and that's what they need to figure out. I would be willing to put money, I mean, not a serious amount, of course, but on that Sony will not make FromSoft like a PlayStation studio. I think that would be absolutely stupid, like so dumb to do that. Sony needs to nurture PlayStation affiliated talent like they have for many years and bring them into the family. Like when Sucker Punch and Naughty Dog and all these studios were brought in, Guerrilla, it's like they all made sense. FromSoft is so much bigger than that. And you want them to release their games everywhere. I just think that that's totally evident. And I don't know if you guys read deeply about this at all, but I was reading a little bit about it, is that though FromSoft makes something like 15% of Kadokawa's money in gross revenue, it's a third of their profit margin. So that's a cash cow, in other words, and you don't want to fuck with that at all. And it's no surprise that Sony wants that. And maybe they spin off something and get Bloodborne 2 up and running. Although, again, I think that they already have studios that can do that. They don't need From to do that. From should be working on another Elden Ring game, and, you know, whatever they're going to do, or keep their relationship going with Bandai Namco in other ways as well. Maybe Sony becomes the publisher of these games moving forward, but the ownership of this IP is all spread around. So I think the major holdup is just Sony absorbing this stuff, and it can go very wrong. And I think that that's dangerous. They should just not do it. If they're going to need to absorb all these parts of the company that are not mirrored by initiatives that are already there. That's why, and that's what I said when we talked about it last week. They want the anime and they want the manga. And I really do think the game stuff is tertiary. And then I don't think they want anything else. And that's like half of Kadokawa is everything else. You got to find a buyer for Nico Nico. You got to find buyers for all this kind of stuff. Yeah, like you don't want Famitsu and Dengeki PlayStation. You don't want all these magazine labels and all this fucking porn stuff. And I'll be interested to see how, but it seems like it's going to happen. I mean, just now that we know from this new reporting that they've been kind of talking for years, and now they acknowledge it publicly, although I think that that's a regulatory filing that they probably felt legally and fiduciarily obligated to file. Yeah, this seems like it's going to happen. But I do wonder how it will be broken up, because I think Sony absorbing all of Kadokawa is going to be too much. Okay. And just to reiterate, if Sony buys Kadokawa, they still won't own all of FromSoft. Tencent will retain a 60% ownership. I think that they can probably force them at that point to sell, though, at market value or whatever. So, okay. Number 3. Legendary PlayStation executive Shuhei Yoshida is officially leaving Sony after 31 years, having joined the PlayStation brand before the original console even launched. He began working at Sony itself in 1986. Word comes by way of an interview posted on the official PlayStation blog, which goes into some of the history, though little on where he'll be going from here. Yoshida was the PlayStation brand's original third-party account executive and the first non-technical person to work on the PlayStation product, courting third-party publishers and developers to support Sony's nascent console. By 1996, he was made a producer of product development, and from there, he began an insane run as one of the brand's most vital resources. He has producer or executive producer credits on games ranging from the original Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon, and Gran Turismo games to Ape Escape, The Legend of Dragoon, and Fantavision, and ultimately found his way into product development at PlayStation, first as VP and then as Senior VP of Worldwide Studios, the nomenclature once used for PlayStation's first-party development. In 2008, he took over the first party fully, a role he would hold for the next 11 years, until he stepped down in 2019. He was ultimately replaced in that role by Guerrilla lead Herman Hulst, who himself is now co-CEO of the entire PlayStation unit. From 2019 until present, Shu has been traveling the world on behalf of Sony, trying to track down independent games from smaller studios, a known passion of his. However, it's also impossible to escape the reality that such a job comes off as, and likely was, a major demotion, and it's unclear why such a move happened at all, as Shuhei oversaw what is widely believed to be PlayStation's most powerful decade of first and second party output. His tenure in that post basically overlapped with the entirety of the PS3 and PS4 generations, and so you can easily garner the games he himself greenlit, including The Last of Us, the God of War reboot, Horizon, Ghost of Tsushima, Death Stranding, and so on. It doesn't sound like he's retiring fully from the industry, but rather moving on to another opportunity, and so we'll eagerly wait to see who scooped this guy up and to what end. In the meantime, we send our very best to Shuhei, who secretly listens to the show, and will hear this write-up. Chris, what are your thoughts here? Robert Brown wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Men. Shuhei Yoshida will be leaving PlayStation on January 15, 2025. How much of an impact do you feel he has had on where PlayStation is today?"
Oh man. Well, I mean, like, just that first list is insane. You know, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon, Gran Turismo, and Ape Escape. Like, that's like 3 out of 4 of those are like my entire, like, pretty much all my good memories of PlayStation are associated with those specific games. You know, so like it's pretty instrumental character, you know, leaving. It's unfortunate, but I guess there's always a time for this kind of thing, right? You know, you can't expect people to stay forever. But yeah, I mean, that's a loss. You know, I don't know. I guess I just, how I feel about it right now is I don't really know, because I'm not sure. You know, I don't keep up with what every single person at Sony is doing, but like, I guess I was just curious as to what, like, do you know what Shuhei has been doing at Sony for the last couple years even? Yeah,
well, like, as the write-up notes, like, he was chasing independent games. I think he had something to do with like Stellar Blade coming to PlayStation and making that deal and a few other things.
Well, yeah.
But I mean, I love Shuhei Yoshida. I know him personally, and I have I had a great relationship with him over years. And I've had a lot of funny memories with him. But I also think it's clear, and I don't mean this out of disrespect, that he was demoted.
Right.
Because I just don't know how you find yourself leading like Naughty Dog and Sucker Punch and all these things, and then you're just like chasing independent games. He has a passion for that stuff, but it just seems like a very conspicuous and weird thing to do. And meanwhile, you have someone like Herman Hulst who takes his position and then gets promoted to the co-CEO of PlayStation. Like, the trajectories just seem very different. I don't know if Shuhei ever would have been interested in a role like a CEO role, but I mean, I thought that would have been more the trajectory he's on. So I just think, you know, he's waned with PlayStation, and he's probably hamstrung, and he might have stayed around because he might have had a long-term contract that he wanted to fulfill or whatever. So,
maybe.
So I don't know exactly. Like, they post things that he would write every once in a while on PlayStation Blog. He has a real passion for like the independent stuff, like the really independent stuff, like the Ultroses and Pacific Drives of the world. What do you think, Dustin? What do you have to say?
Yeah, I was looking at his Moby Games account just to see everything he had credit on. It's over like 400 games. So clearly had an insane impact on PlayStation. And I think the biggest thing about Shuhei, whether it's in his more original role with, you know, being the head of the studios and greenlighting or potentially not greenlighting games, is he has an eye for products and games that will be successful. And even too, like mentioning what he's doing now with the more independent stuff, he's always like, he's the one who's brought in a lot of these games, like you mentioned, Stellar Blade, and even not just necessarily big ones like that. I'm trying to remember some of the other games he championed in the past where it's like, hey, this is what was that game? The one where it's like the perspective shifting
Viewfinder.
And no, there's another one that's kind of like that. But anyway, I remember early, like late in the PS4 generation, early in the PS5 generation, it was like this big indie is coming, and it was maybe exclusive to or coming out for free, included with your PlayStation Premium membership. He was the one that was behind a lot of that stuff. So clearly an incredible talent. Very curious about him moving somewhere else, just because that is not uncommon for Japanese companies, but definitely less common, where you see someone who's been around this long go somewhere else. Praying that it's not Tencent, but certainly a possibility. But nothing but nice things. I met him one time at the second PlayStation experience, where I was there just as a fan, and got to take a picture with him and talk to him for a minute. Super humble, super kind. And as always, anytime I remember seeing him on Kind of Funny years ago with you, Colin, just always struck me as very genuine and also deeply knowledgeable about games and plays games. I think it was like he got like the platinum on Bloodborne and would tweet about these, like all the different games he's playing. So as serious he is about the business, clearly also very serious about playing. And of course, we've mentioned not everyone at the top needs to be a hardcore gamer and understands the deep levels of games. But for someone like him, it was important. And clearly he had the credibility for it.
Yeah, EA and Take-Two are run by people that are incredibly talented that obviously don't play games. So It's not always, I know, like we said, Andrew Wilson who runs EA and has for 10 years is often talked about as taking over Disney. So it's like some people just have like leadership CEO qualities, and for whatever, and you can just slot them in and they figure it out and they're really smart and they know what to do, you know?
Right. Well, you could argue, this is an extreme hypothetical, but like, let's say Shuhei is in charge of the studios at the point that Concord was getting pitched, or like that last push, right? Maybe he wouldn't have said yes to something like that, because he has the eye to see, like, yeah, this isn't working as is. Yeah,
Concord would have been greenlit when he was still first party, but they weren't first party, so it had nothing to do with him. You know, like all of that shit happened.
Yeah.
Later, and it is worth noting, like he did greenlight Returnal, he did greenlight, you know, the Horizon sequel, the God of War sequel, things that have come out. Like what we're waiting for is like everything that was kind of greenlit by Holst at this point, I think. What's clear, in my opinion, and this is fucking obvious as the day is long, but I don't hear a lot of people, or I don't really listen to people talking about it anyway, but I just don't see this being circulated, is like Sony made a decision at some point, I would say 5 years ago, to say like, we're not doing this personality thing anymore. And that was the disappearance of Shuhei. That was the disappearance of Geo. That was the disappearance of a lot of different characters. Even Holst is a bigger character. Sud still, at the time, still kind of a character. They just started receding to the background and it became more of this monolith. And that's cool. And it's working out great for them. But I really want to know more about why they made that decision, because PS4, I think, was carried from a marketing perspective with good ads. Guy Longsworth, I think, is the guy's name that came over and did the ads for a long time for Sony during that era. And that all worked, but it was a personality driven too. Think about the famous video of Adam Boyes and Shuhei at E3 in 2013 exchanging their game. Like they literally just filmed that and put it up. Like that was just, there was no thought behind that at all. And of course, we talk about Geo with the Vita, which got people really mad at PlayStation, at PSX, like constantly showing it and not letting it die and doing a lot of work to keep it alive. I just think that they felt like they were losing the messaging war in some sense, or there was just too many people talking. And people like Shuhei are best employed when they're in front of the camera talking. I shit you not, dude. I mean, this is dead up true, is that for many years at E3, we would interview him for an hour or two. I mean, you know this, Dustin. We've talked about this in the past. You listen to Beyond and PS I Love You, and he would answer anything. There were no PR people in the room. I mean, for anyone that's in the industry, you know that that's like insane. When someone's like, I don't want anyone here. I'm a high enough boss where it's like, don't even worry about it. You'll hear it when it goes live. I'm going to say whatever I want to say. And he would field any question, never asked us to cut anything out, would rib and tease you right back. Something people bring up sometimes is when I interviewed him at E3 one year, and I was like, so it seems like no one knows what Sucker Punch's next game is or whatever. It was after Second Son. He's like, I do. You know? and that ended up being Ghost of Tsushima, and he was talking about how he had already played it. What's interesting is he might be talking actually, though. Remember there was that interstitial Sucker Punch game that never got released. Remember we went over it. It was like some weird like action war game. And he might have been talking about that at the time, but he was just a ball buster. And you know what? John Barnett wrote in about this and said, "Hey, CDC, fly your flags at half-mast today because we are down one hero. He didn't die, but Shuhei Yoshida is leaving SIE. Writing and asking Colin to share some of his favorite shoe memories is not enough, although I want some of those. Can you please stand and salute while someone plays taps? You know this man deserves it. Thank you, and remember to thank Shuhei for his service." It's a little too dark for me to play taps for Shuhei. That would be funny in some sense. There are so many funny stories, dude. And like, I've talked about a lot of these in the past, but he was always just friendly and he ingratiated to the people around him. And I've said before, a few funny memories of me and Shuhei. The first time I met him for dinner in Japan, I've never talked about this publicly, although I have talked about this privately, is that we had a big discussion about 9/11 trutherism. And it was like, I'll never forget it as long as I live, to the point where I literally said in the middle of the conversation, I'm like, you know, my dad's like a New York City firefighter, right? Not that you should be offended or care about that, but it's like, you might be embarrassed to know that if we're having such a frank conversation, you didn't care. The second time I met him for dinner in Japan, the next visit, we met at the restaurant where the Kill Bill fight scene was filmed with the things or whatever, like the balconies around it and all that. And he would give me, his assistant would write out in Japanese. I might meet him 3 or 4 times for a trip, like for an appointment, for a dinner at Sony HQ, whatever. And it would be like, here's Japanese documents, so just things written on them. Just hand this to the cab driver on this day. Like, when you're coming to meet me at the restaurant, use this document, hand this to the cab driver, and then they'll know where to bring you. When you're going to Sony HQ, hand the driver this document, and they'll know where to bring you. And that's the kind of, like, very well organized and all of that. Used to come over to our house in San Francisco for dinner pretty often. We had and what's funny is that he didn't tell us shit. That's an important thing to note, is like, he didn't tell us dick. Like, it wasn't ever anything like, the cameras are off and he's like, well, by the way, nope. Never said. There's a lot of people like that. And that's cool. And I know a lot of people like that. He was not one of those people. He literally was just fun to be around and enjoyable. And like you said, Dustin, new video games in a very deep way. And he was a tremendous amount of fun to talk to because of those things. And I appreciated his candor. I appreciated his honesty. And I was sad to see him sidelined. And I don't know how anyone can interpret what happened with him as anything but that. And I really do want to know why. Not only from it's one thing being public, and that's sidelining in and of itself, but not being promoted. It's like, what happened? Do you see the games? Do you see how people respect the shit out of him? He doesn't always have good instincts, and I think he'll be the first to admit that. Demon's Souls fell through his fingers. He did greenlight Demon's Souls remake on PS5. You know, I think as a make good. He famously thought God of War was bad, the 2018 version. You know, when he first played it. I think Shannon Studd still tells that story. So it's not that he understands everything. No one does. But I think his instincts were good. He was a great person and fun to talk to. And my favorite story of all, and we definitely have talked about this, but when I ran Podcast Beyond and I ran IGN PlayStation, this was in the PS3 era, probably the very early Vita era. He was like way friendly with us. Again, this is like a Japanese executive. I think part of the reason was he was fun, but also he was educated in the United States. Like, he went to UCLA and stuff. He understood the United States. He understood Americans. There was no cultural barrier. And I think he just loved to go out and drink and hang out, talk. And he invited us to one night. This was in like 2011 or so, to a bar that I love in San Francisco. I think it's still there, called the Rick House. It's like one of the great bars in San Francisco. And actually opened in part by my friend Eric Castro back in the day, who was one of the first lead bartenders there. And he invited us, and we were like, oh yeah, we'll meet you at Rick House. But what we didn't realize, so it was me and Greg, and what we didn't realize was it was like all of the Sony executives. And they were like, what the fuck? So it was literally like Jim Ryan, you know, Jack Trenton, like just people like that, just down the row. And they were like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? Basically, like not literally, but like, why are they here? And Shuhei never told us that that was what it was, that we were getting together with like the Sony execs. And then they were all just sitting around this table drinking and we were just there. And I think it was very awkward for some of them. And I'll never forget that. It was so funny. And I remember specifically, that was when Jim Ryan was like the head of SCEE. So he wasn't what he would become. And it's like so funny, like just drinking with him and telling stories. And they would tell us a few different things. I don't even remember. They did tell us a few interesting things, but I don't even remember what it was. But that was a funny memory because he didn't care what anyone thought. He was like, I like these guys. And I think the people around him were like, dude, they're journalists, you know? Like,
that is honestly insane.
Yeah. But he knew we weren't going to write about it. Like it wasn't about anything. It was like knowing what was off the record and what was on the record. It was knowing that you have to ingratiate yourself to people that will later pay dividends. And frankly, I met a couple people there that night that I did end up ingratiating a better relationship with. So it worked out in that sense, but I'll never forget that. That was so funny. And there are pictures from that night. I have to go and find them. But there are pictures of like with me with Jim Ryan and me with like all these different people just drinking. You know,
that sounds like a fever dream of an image.
I'm trying to. Herman Hulse was there. I wish I could remember the full group of people. What was the Andrew House was there. It was like there was like a lot of, and then Greg and I wonder if I'm sure he remembers that story too.
Dream blunt rotation.
That is a dream blunt rotation. And we were drunk. I mean, Shuhei was definitely drunk.
Yeah.
And I was always drunk at that point. So
I like the idea of Jim Ryan just hammering alcohol. That's like an impossible image to envision.
He's drinking apple teenies.
He holds a beer like this.
If I remember correctly, Jim Ryan talked to me about PlayStation Move. Like, it had already come out, but like, what did I think of it? And like what the future plans were for it. I don't remember it. Like, I wish I remembered more. But yeah, interesting people, nice people. And he was one of the greats, and he is one of the greats. Now,
for sure.
Daniel Ross wrote in and said, hey guys, with the news of Shuhei Yoshida leaving PlayStation in January, where do you think he will go next? His experience being with the company since the PlayStation's inception would surely make him a highly valuable asset on the market. Also, would becoming free from Sony PR restrictions open him up to coming on Sacred in the future? Thanks as always. I will ask him to come on Sacred Plus, but he is probably being bombarded right now. I will just wait till next year. He's on the clock until January 15th. So even if we got something on the schedule, he wouldn't be able to do it until later. I don't know where he's going to go. He would be, I mean, anyone with a fucking brain would be able to see what he knows and what he's capable of and the connections he has and the respect he has. That's a guy that can walk into a PAX, can walk into a Comic-Con, identify the 3 or 5 games on the floor that are worth talking to. Those people are going to know who he is. He's going to be able to get an audience with them. He's going to be able to pitch them. In reality, like honestly, him working at something like Devolver would make the most sense. You know, if he wants to stay in that space, if he wants to get back into the AAA space in the world, this is certainly his oyster. I will say he better not work for Tencent. He will be dead to me if he does that, just because, not literally, of course, but because I actually am personally friends with him. It's different than what happened with some others, but it's like people that have that kind of expertise that then are willing to give it to the Chinese companies is like that's your only option. Come on, man, go work for fucking EA or something. You know,
Xbox.
Yeah, go work for. I mean, that
would be funny.
He wouldn't do that, I don't think.
Yeah,
but that would be. I mean, that would be huge. I mean, if I were Phil Spencer, I would definitely be in his DMs or on his. I'm sure they text with each other or whatever. Where it's like, I'm sure you have something lined up, but if you don't, I mean, you want to come to Redmond and talk to us. You know, Nintendo.
Yeah.
You know,
Nintendo would be huge.
Nintendo never hires from Sony though.
Yeah,
or rarely. They got Geo. But that was by way of Iron Galaxy. There's still so much beef between those two companies. I don't know. Things might be softening a little bit. I mean, Lego Horizon might have sold tens of copies on Switch. So yeah, I'm wishing Shuhei the very best. I would love to see him. Where do I want to see him land? I think it would be really interesting to see him land at an EA or a Take-Two or something like that. Like to be like, we want to be more serious about AAA games that impact people, that Sony style games. I mean, I think you could just call it that. PlayStation style narrative games. Here's $200 million. Go find us a game. You know, that would be obvious to me.
Yeah.
But so yeah, it would be cool to see him go work for an American company, maybe even move to America. He does have twin daughters. I think that they're older now. They probably are they're definitely teenagers. They might even be out of high school at this point, because I mean, they were little girls when I first met him. So I don't know how encumbered he is with family or anything like that. And unlike Jim Ryan, the travel didn't seem to wear on him as much. I mean, he would travel. He was everywhere. He basically would circulate between all the teams. So actually, he was doing like a lot worse than what Jim Ryan was doing. He would have to fly to LA, go see Santa Monica, go see, drive down to San Diego, get on a plane, or Naughty Dog, go get on a plane, go to Bend in Oregon, get on a plane, go to Sucker Punch, get on a plane, go to London and Gorilla and Amsterdam, and Housemarque in Finland, get on a plane, go to Japan, and then just do that constantly.
No.
And that's a lot, so maybe he wants to stay in Japan. I don't know. But I'm wishing him, the absolute best. He is an icon, and it's sad to see him go, but I feel like we have lost his special something with Sony a while ago. And I think it shows. I mean, at the very least, it shows with the lack of personality that the company doesn't have anymore. Remember when Shuhei Yoshida would get on stage and people would flip the fuck out? Yeah.
Well, dude, that video that you brought up earlier of the game sharing thing is like probably one of the most consequential things that has ever been filmed. That was a huge deal at the time. Like, because I remember back then I wasn't really even paying attention to the industry in this way. Like, I paid attention to the companies that I liked, but I didn't really pay attention to like figureheads like at companies. But that was like that was a big deal. And that probably was a pretty deciding blow into how that generation went. Like, not exclusively, but like it was a big part of it.
Well, RIP in peace, Shuhei Yoshida, with your role at Sony, and wishing you the very best. I mean, if I were you, I would just retire. You're rich. I know you're rich. You know you're rich. Just, you don't have to do anything if you don't want to, but I think you should. And thank you for all the great games.
Yeah.
All right. Number 4. A new trio of PlayStation Plus Essential games have been revealed, in addition to some new Classics catalog additions for PS Plus premium subscribers. For the uninitiated, all PS Plus subscribers at any tier get access to 3-ish games per month as part of your subscription, and beginning December 3rd, the following will be available for you to download free of charge. Remember to add these to your download list, even if you don't intend on playing them now, as you'll have access to them later, so long as your PS Plus account is active. The biggest game of the bunch this month is It Takes Two, Hazelight's mega-selling co-op game published by EA and first launched on PS4 and PS5 in 2021. 20 million sold now, right? Not so bad. Also available will be Tindalos Interactive's Focus Interactive published real-time tactics game Aliens Dark Descent, likewise available for both PS4 and PS5. Finally, PS5 launch window Pokemon-like game Temtem, launched in early access in 2020 and fully in 2022, will be available for PS Plus players via developer Crema and publisher Humble Bundle. That's, again, PS5 only, so no PS4 iteration. Now, the next week after all that goes live, beginning December 10th, there will likewise be a new additions to the highest PS Plus tier premium, specifically for that tier's so-called Classics catalog. And 3 substantial Sony-published games will be joining the fray. Both PS4's Sly 2 Band of Thieves and 2005's Sly 3 Honor Among Thieves, both PlayStation 2 games from Sony-owned Sucker Punch, who were at the time working as a second party, will be available, as will Naughty Dog's 2001 PS2 entrant Jak and Daxter, the precursor A Legacy. It's worth noting that Jak 1 is already available a la carte for all customers. However, Sly 2 and Sly 3 aren't. All 3 are available in prior generation collections going back to the PS3 as well. I went and looked to make sure. Sly 2 and 3 are not available a la carte, but my assumption is that they will be on December 10th. I don't think they're going to lock those behind, but they're just not there now. So these are pretty consequential. These games are available in legacy format, even on PS4, but they don't have like rewind. They'll have different trophy lists and all that. So if you want to check that stuff out, you're more than welcome. Anything here for you, Dustin?
No, because I already played It Takes Two, and I'm not really interested in the Alien game or Temtem. I'm trying to figure out. So this is Jak and Daxter.
That's the first one.
The first one. Isn't this is already? Oh yeah, wait. That's where
it's
already available.
Like I said, that's already available a la carte, but it's being included in the Classics catalog.
Oh, all right.
Interesting.
And then Jak, and then Sly 2 and 3 aren't available a la carte yet, and will be included and probably available a la carte as of December 10th.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I know people are pumped about Sly 2 and 3. I still have not played a single Sly game.
Oh man, Sly's so good. You should. Sly's great, dude.
Yeah.
Really,
so
great.
maybe at some point. I don't have premium right now. I was thinking about it because I want to try out the Portal cloud streaming. But yeah, just I would say overall, as we're in getting into December and looking back on PlayStation Plus and its different tiers, certainly the Plus category or the Essential. What's the middle tier called? Extra. Certainly the Extra is well worth it for the value, especially if you're not someone who's always buying new games. And even the premium, they've done a pretty nice job releasing a nice drip feed of games. And so if you're interested in that as well for the classic catalog, it seems well worth it now, unlike when it first launched.
Chris, anything you want to play here?
Nothing that like Dust. I would recommend definitely everybody, if you haven't played It Takes Two, you definitely should. That was my game of the year that year. I think that's a very special, very weird game that I think is just very, 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 very good. But I already played it, so it's not really of interest to me at this point. Aliens, Temtem, It's cool to have the other two Sly games. I did play a little bit of the first Sly Cooper game earlier this year when it came to PlayStation again, but like I don't know, I kind of fell off it. I think the first game is just a little clunky for me. I think that's what a lot of people said, was that like the first game's kind of jank and then the other two are considerably better. So like maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll get around to these other two after, but I don't want to go to Sly 2 and 3 and not finish the first one.
Oh yeah, you got to
so
they're connected.
I'm just going to wait and so I'll just wait until my back catalog is a little bit cleaner. There's still a lot of stuff that I'm working through right now, like Rebirth, and do want to finish Call of Duty. Obviously Stalker right now. I do really want to discipline myself and get through Blood Omen, because I really do like the presentation there. And so I think I just have to steel myself to some of the jank that I'm not super familiar with. But once I'm through with that stuff, I think I'll dive back into Sly, because I did like it. I just felt like it felt like a game that I was very suspicious that the second and third one are probably really a lot better. It just feels like a first game.
And they make them in quick succession too, so they do iterate quickly. And
yeah,
I've always had a real soft. I like Sly, and I think Sly 4 is a really which Sanzaru made for PS3 and Vita. I think that's a really great game too. So
yeah,
it's cool to get. I'm sad that we never got the fifth one, which was teased explicitly at the end of Sly 4. So, but we probably never will, which is unfortunate. And I think Sly Cooper, I think, is a great character. And if I wanted to make something children oriented that Sony as a company already existed, I'd be like, yes, Sly would be the one to pursue. But they're going more in the Astrobot direction now. Ratchet's obviously great, but I think Ratchet's really for adults too. I think the gameplay in Ratchet's quite complicated. I think Sly's a little more straightforward and literally childlike. So yeah, I'll be interested to see if you and others play that. I mean, the amount of PS Plus classic games that are stacking up at this point is insane. I could spend months just like, I want to play Killzone Liberation and Resistance Retribution and all of these random PSP games too, but who that fuck has the time? I think I bought It Takes Two, so I won't be able to claim that. I'm pretty sure I already own it. I'll grab Aliens Dark Descent and Temtem. I'll probably never play them, but why not just claim them for later? I have this fantasy because I like Alien, the series, and I have not seen all the movies, and there's like so much lore and shit I don't know about. And I was like, and the games individually are pieces of lore, everything they do is canon, which is weird and cool. Like Alien Isolation, for instance. I'd like to sit down and just kind of catch up with Alien at one point, and maybe Dark Descent would be a good way to do it, because I was reading some of the stuff that's true about, I won't even say it here, but some of the stuff that is in Alien lore now, where I'm like, what? That sounds fucking dope. That's what it is. Specifically about, because I've just missed stuff over time. Like specifically about, I'm not even being facetious about Jesus. Do you guys know anything about this stuff with Alien?
No, I don't know, man.
I'm very going to mention about Prometheus.
Yeah. Like I never saw that.
Oh yeah.
So
it's good.
Yeah, I know. Dagan's like wild about it. So I was like, what? Like, this is fucking crazy. I love it. I love melding religion with sci-fi, as everyone knows. I think they belong together. Mass Effect did that wonderfully. Of course, Battlestar is the ultimate example of that. Okay, so check those games out. December 3rd, those will be available. So if you haven't claimed last month's games already, make sure to do that before December 3rd. And then December 10th, you'll be able to have these a la carte and premium classic catalog purchases in the Sly series and so on. Okay, that's all we have for the news. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. Actually, only 5 because we used one earlier in the show. But traditionally, we end every episode of Sacred Symbols with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Those who support us over there have access to a bunch of things, including early ad-free access, RSS links, etc., and so on. Sacred Symbols Plus episodes once a week and twice every other week. But you can submit inquiries via the threads on the newsfeed, not only to Sacred Symbols, but to all of our shows in our network. Just keep an eye out. They're posted and deleted as needed. We'll start with Keanu Reeve, who wrote in and said, "Hi, steak and sleets." Now, is he saying like steak and frites? Like the French word?
So, yeah.
Or is he, okay, so I assume so. I recently came into possession of a PS5 Pro and a Steam Deck, and the new tech has got me reconsidering my backlog in some fun and adventurous ways. It's the most excited I've been about gaming in a few years, honestly. Heading into 2025, wondering if you guys have any mission statements or game plans for how you'll approach gaming in the new year. Will Dustin finally play Suikoden 2? Will Chris finish Rebirth? Will Colin play a Souls-like? No, he won't. Chris, let's go to you first. Do you have a game plan for 2025? Where's your head at as we enter in this new and exciting calendar year?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, like I can't think of anything next year that I'm particularly excited about, except for Ghost of Yotei, I think presumably Judas, and then GTA. Like those are the 3 things that I have. So like it's kind of open. I do want to get some more platinums. I was kind of scared off by Alan Wake 2, to be honest with you. Like I just think ostensibly getting the platinum and then having it glitch on me for the one of the first times that I actively tried to seek it out, like kind of put me off to the whole thing. But I do want to go back and, reward some of the games that I really, really love with that. And maybe I'll even go back to Alan Wake 2 and just discipline myself and just do it anyway. But the goal is just like get some more platinums, because that is something that I wanted to do and then just kind of got scared off. And I don't know. It's a shame.
That's my boy.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, that was incredibly frustrating.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
All right. Dustin, what are your plans? Do you have one? Have you thought about it?
Honestly, like the last year, a little more than that, 2 years, I've taken a greater emphasis on going back and playing older games. Some of you may remember a few months ago, I went and played Symphony of the Night. I replayed all the Metal Gear games. Maybe this wasn't this year, but last year. But I found a nice flow between new releases to be able to go and play some old stuff. And so hopefully I like that flow. It's nice to go and get context on some like big major games that I haven't played. I feel like no one's going to be able to play every insanely important game as hard as you try. But there's some that I felt like I absolutely need to check off. Thus, Final Fantasy VI, we'll be getting back to that as well. So I like that. I think I've gotten better at knowing what I will like and won't like. And I've been getting better at saying no to certain games. Like I played the first Star Wars Jedi game. I liked it, didn't love it, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. And then when the second one came out, and thinking about how I feel about Star Wars right now, it's like, I just think I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay. There was a time a few years ago where it feels like, oh man, I got to at least know whether I like it or not. And it's like, you know what? There's so much stuff that I know I'm going to like. Mm-hmm. It's okay to just let it go and not try to play everything. So I'm going to keep, right now, dude, I feel a little backlogged right now with Metaphor and Silent Hill. Those are the 2 big ones that I feel like I'm getting behind just because of me being away and stuff like that. So I got to catch up a little bit and then get back to Final Fantasy. And then, man, once February hits, it's fucked with like Monster Hunter and some other games.
Oh,
so,
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
keep up the pace.
Oh, yeah, damn. February, I think Avowed is out too. So fuck me.
Avowed.
Yeah, it's going to be, next year seems like it's going to be pretty good. I feel like I don't know if you guys have seen this online where it's like people are like 2025 or 2024 was a fucking terrible year, and I'm like,
if you don't like video games or you're fucking touched into the head, 2024 was a bad year for games.
Yeah.
But for everyone else, it was pretty good. You know,
like I feel like we're on a pretty good streak for like the last, because I know 2023 I remember being great too. I don't remember 2022 super well.
24 is not an all-time year by any stretch of the imagination, but the way people talk about it is, it's like, what are you saying? I can only say it so many times. There are an enormous number of games, and specifically if you're talking from a PlayStation perspective, you just don't like video games. If there was nothing for you this year, if you hadn't, I don't know how you can look, especially at the first half of the year, with console exclusive after console exclusive after console exclusive, and none of it. Not Stellar Blade, not Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, not Grand Blue Fantasy, not Helldivers, not Rise of the Ronin, not Astrobot, none of that. In addition to all of the stuff that you can play in the Steams. That's my entire approach to this question from Keanu Reeves, is just, I have all these dreams and almost like fantasies of like, what could you get to? What could you complete in a video game? I bring up Yakuza a lot in that sense. And right now my mind is in a role-playing game mode. I got to get away from role-playing games after Metaphor because it's just so long, but I want to play Dragon Quest 3. I want to get back to Star Ocean, which I bought but never played, like the remake of that, Star Ocean 2. Lunar, Silver Star Story, and Eternal Blue come out next year. I'm definitely playing those. Those are fucking seminal Colin Moriarty high school games, and I'm definitely going to have to get into those. The Suikoden games come out next year as well. There's just, so my mind is kind of framed towards that. But then I think about a lot of the games, like the classics catalog games are really starting to stack up in like a serious way. Yeah. There's no joke numbers of games, like even games like Ghost Hunter and stuff, where it's like, these are obscure PlayStation games. I'm like, I really want to go and play these, and they're just going to keep coming. Like at some point the Getaway is going to come. At some point they are going to release the old Gran Turismo games and do all this kind of stuff. And it's like, it's going to be harder and harder to resist. You know, Jet Moto is there, and like it's going to be harder to say no to this stuff. And so I am very anti literal tracking of backlogs, as people know we've talked about that, and that's not what you're asking, but I just like to be in the moment. Right now in the moment, I'm just like, that's how I'm feeling. And again, I just kind of keep that 8 or 10 games on my cross media bar on PS5. Those are the games I'm thinking about. Usually I'm just playing one or two at a time, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of got to get back to that. Oh yeah, Power Wash Simulator, the DLC. Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, Castlevania. Oh this, whatever. I just try to keep that list succinct, and that's kind of how I track everything. Beyond that, it's too much work. Like, backlogs were quaint and useful generations ago. I remember when I ran a fan site role-playing game website when I was in like middle school and high school. Like, it was just some shitty thing, but it was supposed to be all about role-playing games on console. And we had every role-playing game that had ever been released on console listed on the site. Like, it was in the West. It wasn't that many. There were like, in 97, 98, a couple hundred at most, not even. And now now just multiply that up by time and genre and console. It's like, there's just too much. You'll never play those games unless you stop and just work backwards. And there are so many games on these consoles now that you could become an all-inclusive expert of NES. You could do it with SNES, N64. You could even do it to a degree with like Dreamcast, maybe PS1. SNES and Genesis are a little dicey, but you could do it. That's it. But by the time you get to PS2 and PS3 and Xbox 360 and all these things, it's over. Like, there's just no keeping up. And now you multiply that and it's just so much worse. I'm just overwhelmed. I am perpetually overwhelmed. I don't know what to play half the time. I'm paralyzed. So many games. And they just keep coming. And then every new game is an opportunity cost for what you could have achieved with the games that you left behind. And it's what you said, Dustin, like, I've long ago gotten comfortable just leaving shit behind. Not even eyeing them anymore. Assassin's Creed is always the famous thing where I'm like, no matter how cool some of these look from what was Assassin's Creed Syndicate, the one in Britain and like the Industrial Revolution. I'm like, that game looks fucking sick. It does. But no, I just can't do it. No time.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves, thank you for writing in. Ooh, someone's printing something, it sounds like. Ryan Lynch wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Tribreakers. I'm a professor, and for years with higher education, we've been talking about the demographic cliff that is going to affect college enrollment significantly in the next year or two. Simply put, developed nations like the U.S. almost always see the birth rate decline precipitously to the point that the population actually shrinks, and most Western democracies like the U.S. have seen this happen. There are fewer 18-year-olds to even try to recruit to go to college, let alone trying to convince people that are going to college is worthwhile for them right now. For me, this all connects directly with the current gaming situation and the discussion for new growth opportunities and finding new users. It is many of the historically largest markets for gaming that are experiencing these demographic declines, so there are fewer younger players than newly exposed to gaming. Thus, reaching new markets like China or India is important, of course, for growing the base, but we all know, but as we know, there are many issues with that too. Do you have thoughts on this? I've been really surprised that no one in games media seems to think about it this way. I'll hang up and listen now. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you, your families, and the LSM audience. Ryan, it's really interesting. I just watched a video on YouTube, like an hour-long documentary about the decline of the birth rate in Japan, specifically. That we are. I think in the United States we're like 1.6 or 1.8 children per woman. I think replacement rate is 2.1. Japan is somewhere like 1.1, 1.2. And what they were saying was that the population by 2100 could literally be 50 million, which is fucking crazy. That's half of what it is now. And this is going to be perpetuated around the world until you hit that, or if you ever do hit that 2.1 person replacement level per woman. We talk about it on the show, Ryan, and I'm sure you hear it a lot, is that I always say that you have to go to India, China, and Brazil and some other places to really expose games to new markets. But we never talk about it that's from expanding the field. We never talk about it from the necessity of just staying even. And this might become a problem. This might become a real challenge. I think what will help this, though, it's not going to be helpful because we're going to talk a little bit about it in a little bit, but fewer people making games is probably good. Fewer people relying on them and there being bigger hits is probably going to be the way things move going forward, which is unfortunate. But it's probably good for economic reality if you're looking at a market share that it will inevitably shrink. I guess the other thing, Ryan, we have to consider with this demographic collapse is this will affect everything. You already hear about it. It's not a problem here. Like where I live in Virginia, it's like a fucking boom town. I have no idea why people want to. I mean, it's really nice here, but like, I think, did I talk about it on the show how like I get phone calls to like buy my house? And like my dad even gets phone calls for it now, which is weird because we're both Moriartys. I guess and they track the 631 area code number because I still have my Long Island number and whatever the case might be. So I don't know what the fuck's going on here. We're like building schools and stuff, but what you hear about in a lot of parts of the country is just empty schools with fewer children in them, and just the basic demographic collapse. Wherein in the Japanese documentary they were saying after World War II and in the 50s there were like 25 Japanese workers for every retiree, and now it's getting down to 2 to 1. And that's just crazy. So it is something to think about. I don't know if anyone even considers like the demographic collapse, like why it's happening. I actually think it's kind of a good thing, as sad as that is to say. Like there are too many people, I think, not literally, but look at what we're doing to the planet with just this many people on it. And think about how much everything's empty. There's like no one in like, but like we're already fucking it up. So maybe we need to tamp it down a little bit in some sense, but that's going to have really catastrophic. You'll eventually adjust into a new normal, but you have to get there. And what that's going to mean is that like our generations are going to be really old and we're going to have very few people to watch us and take care of us. And this is probably where computers and all the rest are going to come in, and AI and robots. Dustin probably wants the robot to molest him when he's in the fucking nursing home.
Oh,
well, you said before you got your dick grabbed, you know.
I didn't say I liked it.
Well,
so
you just said it happened.
That was one of the most right angle turns I've ever heard on this show. That was like a Tron turn.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Anyway,
you made me think of the meme. You're talking about Japanese birth rates. Have you seen the meme that has Abe and it says "have sex"? and he's like just in the background. This says "See a space cowboy."
What is with the Abe and Trump memes? Like, were they friends or something?
I don't know if that is
No idea.
Misinformation or not that they liked, because there was like some tweet that was like Trump mentions Abe and he's like, man, I just wish I could talk to Abe right now.
Yeah, like,
so I'm like, I don't know if that's true.
I like the meme, like it's like the meme with what you just showed us with him, like in the distance on the horizon, but it's like, Donald-san, move your head.
Oh yeah, Donald, the move of your head. There's like a whole like anime sequence that someone made where he's like, don't say goodbye. He's like, I won't say goodbye. See you later, Abe. And then it's like you could see his like ghost like moving the bullet. It's very good.
And I also like the one where it's Trump waving at the fast food or like the McDonald's window, and then it's like what did you see, Mr. President? He's like, I thought I saw an old friend, and then it's like the ghost of Abe or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know why that became a meme. I have no idea where that came from. Very funny though. Abe got done dirty though, for sure. I can't believe that happened to him.
Yeah, was it like a 3D printed gun or something?
Yeah, he got
maybe not 3D printed, but it was homemade.
Jeez, yeah, like it's Japan's a really,
crafted.
You've been there twice recently. It's a very peaceful place. It's violence like that is unusual. You know, that's like American shit. All right, Ryan, thank you for writing in. Bogey wrote in and said, "Hey, SS boys, this question is mainly for Chris, though I'd love to hear everyone's input. I never understood the concept of a player being called sweaty in an MP game as a negative term. Does it generally mean someone's trying too hard, but doesn't everyone play an MP game trying to win? Every time I boot up Black Ops 6, I just try my hardest and use all my map knowledge and tactics to get as many kills as possible. Sometimes I dominate the lobby, other times I'm dead last. But I still put in the same amount of effort each time. Even when I'm playing a casual game with friends, I still try to get more kills than everyone else. Does that make me a sweaty player? Or does being sweaty imply something more than that? No shade or offense taken, of course. Just want some clarification on what people mean when they call a game sweaty."
I love this question. I mean, the way that I look at it is, and I guess this is like a kind of like an on-the-fly analogy. When you get in your car to go somewhere, there's not a single person who's getting in their car to drive somewhere who isn't trying to get where they're going, right? Like that is your goal when you get into a car. It's like you have a destination in mind, and it's like, okay. Sweaty to me is like normal driving is like, okay, I'm going to get to where I'm going. I'm going to be time efficient. I definitely want to get there safely. I want to get there timely, you know, but like sweaty is like driving as if you've got like somebody in the backseat bleeding, you know, and you've got to like, you got to get to the hospital. And so you're drifting and you're like skipping lights and shit. And it's like, maybe relax a little bit. Like you're going to get to where you're going. You don't got somebody bleeding in the back. You don't have to do it this way. And so that's what I mean. Like when I play a video game, like I'm competitive about it, even in like quick play, you know, like I want to win. I want to do well. I'm going to use, you know, my knowledge of the map to the best of my ability for sure. But like there's certain strategies that are employed only if you're like, if you're racing to the hospital, you know, like, oh, I'm going to like crouch 50 times in the middle of this gunfight, or like, I'm going to like, you know, like just relax. Okay. We're all trying to win. We're all trying to have a game here, but it's all in the style in which you play. Like no one's going to begrudge you for wanting to win, but read the room, I guess, is kind of the way that I would simplify it. But I don't know. Dustin probably has Dustin plays just as many multiplayer games as I do.
I would say, I mean, I love your analogy. When I think of a sweaty player, it's the guy, it just feels like that's taking it way too seriously. It's like they're using the meta gun. They're running around like crazy, you know, doing the dives, the drop shots constantly. It's like they're playing ranked, which it is true. When I'm playing, I am playing to win, but I'm not locked in at 150% the entire match, every match. And some people like to play that way, and that's cool. But it can be annoying getting drop shotted over and over again by some guy that's using a meta gun and the Call of Duty League skin. And you're like, okay, like, bro, like, calm down. I don't know why you're in my lobby. Like, why am I ranked with somebody like this that is just like, or you get like the kill cam with someone with a sniper rifle. It's like, boom, the quick scoping over and over, and then they'll like do a dive. It's like, I guess it's kind of saying someone's sweaty is, I guess it's some degree of copium because it's just usually someone that is much better than you.
Usually, yeah. I probably but there is also, I think, etiquette to the playlist that you play in. You know what I mean? Like, there's if I'm playing quick play, chances are I'm leaned back. You know what I mean? I'm leaned back on the sofa. I'm like playing. If I'm playing Call of Duty, especially, like, I don't know, man, I'll dive out of a window sometimes just to do it. You know?
Yeah.
Just because it's fun to do, you know? But
Yeah.
like, and then there's the other mode where like you're ranked and it's like, okay, now you're leaned forward. You know what I mean? There's that meme of like when you're locked in and you're leaned forward. That's ranked. And that's when you expect like the drop shots and the quick scopes and all that stuff. And I just think that there's like a multiplayer etiquette to these types of things where it's like, if you're in quick play, you understand that the assignment is like, yeah, you want to win, but I mean, like, it's chill, you know? And I just think it's a little bit nebulous and it's a little bit arbitrary. This is not written in stone anywhere. There's no like gamer constitution where this is like enshrined in law. But I just think it's like just kind of it's a general etiquette that I kind of grew up with and I kind of just inherited. Not even because it was told to me, but just because it's kind of endemic to the way everything functions. It's like, okay, we're in ranked. Oh, if we're in Destiny, it's like, okay, we're doing Trials of Osiris. We're not fucking around here, right? People play differently in these different playlists, and if you play enough in them, you kind of understand where to bring certain attitudes, where to bring certain play styles, and where to just kind of leave them and relax a little bit. But that's just my perspective. I'm sure there's other people who maybe are just like, you're just not good enough. You're just not. You can't quick scope, so you're annoyed. It's like, yeah, a little bit. but I also don't play ranked specifically because I don't like to be in those experiences anyway.
Yeah, that makes
like
sense.
I'm where I want to be. You've come to where I am. Is kind of how I feel about it.
Interesting. All right. Sorry, I was just getting. Is this news? Not really. Okay. One more inquiry. I had a redundant inquiry in here about something we've already talked about, so I should have used it earlier. So I'm sorry to who wrote it in, but we'll have one more here. Bruno Giuseppe Moretto wrote in. Bruno Giuseppe Moretto, do your homework. Sounds like that kind of name, you know?
It does.
Hey, Sacred Guys. What do you think about Elon Musk's recent obsession with the gaming industry? He recently posted on Twitter that he's opening an AI video game studio division of XAI. He's also been posting more about games and become one of the top Diablo 4 players worldwide. Are you interested in anything that might come from this? I personally doubt the potential and the quality of the games that would come from it. I actually don't necessarily doubt the quality and potential because he's made things that really matter and resonate with people and funded those things. Not that everything does work, but it's more that I just don't see the value in that approach to games. We don't need computers making games. We need people making games. So it is interesting. He would be interesting. There's a funny video of him going around of him playing like Quake with like a kid crawling all over him. Like at a computer or whatever. Like he does play games, like one of his kids, you know, he has many kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And he's like, the kid's like, you know, using him as like a jungle gym basically as he's like playing. And I did read rumors about the Diablo 4 thing. Like, is it really him or is he like paying someone to do this or whatever? But he apparently is like one of the premier Diablo 4 players, which is very, very weird. But as far as the AI initiative or whatever, it's cool. If that's, I want to listen. If this is where the future of the games, or at least people posit that it's going to go in some sense, then like show me the results. I want to see it. It's not that I won't play any of them. It's like when they first come out, it'd be like, if this game was made entirely by AI, it's like, all right, well, let's see what the fuck this is all about, and let's figure out all the things it copied off of as it learned. You know?
Yeah. That's ultimately the issue with this stuff is that it's not trained. It's trained on the work of other people, and so it's kind of inherently, at least AI in the way that it works now. Like right now, AI is dummy AI. It's not actual like smart AI. It's not like a simulated consciousness. It's just a lot of theft dressed up as intentional choice, or just like swaths, like just indiscriminate theft, like masquerading as a intentional choice. And so like whatever we get out of it is ultimately going to be like just this mishmash of intellectual property that exists from other people. And it's like, the way I feel kind of differently about AI in the sense that like, if you could really, if this was if the AI that we were talking about in the current era right now was actually like a simulated consciousness, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like if it was like a computer that believed it was real and like just like believed that like this is like my name's Jeff and I fucking, you know, I feel this way about philosophy because maybe I was fed this book, but I didn't have to necessarily abide by this book. I read through it and I decided that these are the specific aspects that I resonated with. Just if it was an actual simulated consciousness, I would be very curious to see what art made by a simulated consciousness would be like. The problem is we don't actually have that in AI, and we're probably pretty far away from actually doing that. What we have is literally just theft. So I have no real interest in seeing like what an algorithm randomly selecting what elements of what people's art to steal and blend and regurgitate. Like I have no real interest in it's certainly no real interest in paying for that, you know. I'll play it, I guess, if it's free and available, but it kind of has no value in the form that it exists in currently. Until you can really simulate like, oh, a person, like what is that person in the context of understanding that it is not a living, breathing person? Like how would that person interpret art? That's fucking interesting. Sorry, I had a knock at my door. I have to go.
Yeah, go
check
get it.
that.
Yeah, go get it. Dustin.
Yeah, I think this comes to kind of a conversation we've had before where it's inevitable that AI is going to be used in games as it is going to be used in pretty much everything. It's just that how do we use it appropriately to maybe make development easier or faster? We don't want to remove the human creativity aspect, and that's kind of, you know, the whole thing with generative AI. That's like, okay, we're removing the thing that makes us human and teaching a computer to copy that and regurgitate it and spit it out. So yeah, him making a studio that works on AI games, my best hope is that some cool AI development tools could come from it, but I don't like the idea of a full-on AI generated game. I don't know. I've heard people talk about, I can't remember where it was where I heard like an AI researcher say like, through the power of AI, you'll be able to have the most immersive game possible that can react to any situation. Like think of an RPG made with AI that has full freedom of choice. That's kind of interesting in that a human can only create so many possibilities. If you think of a game like Baldur's Gate 3, it feels like there's endless possibilities, but there really are a finite amount. And so using AI to create something that is physically impossible for a game, that does become more interesting to me. But again, it's, as Chris was saying, it's built on the backs of the creativity of others, which sucks. But at the same way, if you have this all-knowing source of information, the information does have to come from somewhere. So it needs to get to a point, I guess, where it's less obvious, or I guess it's able to take, I don't know, can you even really have a machine that creates truly new things?
Yeah. Well, the issue with it, the issue is that like everything that exists, like art that exists is already like, when a person paints something, when like somebody like Tolkien like invents his world, he's using art that he's absorbed as well. You know what I mean? Like it is like he's informing his decisions through like other media that he's consumed, other experiences of the world. And so like there's already like a facet of like a filter of theft in some way. Like what is that quote? Good artists steal. But that only matters, or that's only valid because it is still ultimately a real consciousness making those decisions of how to change it and what to do. And so until we can actually simulate that consciousness, it's going to be like AI is really only AI in name only. Until we really break that wall. But I don't know. It's weird.
The questions surrounding this will be myriad in the years to come, and I'm not open-minded at all to the process. I am open-minded to the product. I want to see what it is, and if you can prove that it works, then we'll see. But somehow I doubt that the missing humanity won't be noticed. I think it will be. All right, let's get the hell out of here, my friends. It's time to go. Chris, goodbye to you, my friend. Have a good rest of your day. Happy Thanksgiving. Although Thanksgiving will have already happened by the time everyone sees this, but hope you have a good day. Yeah. What are you up to for the rest of your day?
It's Wednesday, so I think in about 30 minutes. Yeah, about 30 minutes we're going to go. Me and the boys are going to sit down, record a Snark Tank, and I'm probably going to get into the editing mode. Today's all just work stuff for me.
Gotcha.
And then tomorrow it's smooth sailing. Just going to chill.
Cool, man. Well, have a good day. Good luck. Break a leg. Dustin, be well. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Yeah, this is the most peaceful part of my day, just because right after this, I'll be going and helping my parents unload and getting some stuff ready for cooking and having people over tomorrow. Duke to work on. So chaotic day ahead. Hopefully, nice Thanksgiving tomorrow. Hopefully the turkey. I always think of the scene when I'm making turkey from Christmas Vacation when they cut it open and it like cracks open because it's so dry, and they're all like trying to eat it. So I'm like, I always think of that. I'm like, what if this could be the time that I screwed up?
You'll be fine.
It's always okay though.
Good. But you'll be fine. You'll be fine. All right, my friends. Well, be well. Hope everyone out there had a nice Thanksgiving. Enjoy your Black Friday if you're into that sort of thing. Your Cyber Monday. We'll be back for. By the way, Mike has been really upset because we watch football and two different pizza companies. I think it's Domino's and Papa John's or something have Black Friday pizza deals, and it's like, come on, man. Now we have Black Friday pizza deals. This is insane. We don't need all this.
I'd take advantage.
I mean, you should, but nonetheless,
Yeah.
The consumerism a little bit out of control, but appreciate everyone's support out there. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad free access, etc. Other perks over there. Couldn't do it without you. Laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.